we would basically have the two of you guys essentially coming to and meeting in the Twin Star Marauders. In the long run, this basically is just these guys are side characters in that eventual um, that kind of venture, and kind of where we'll kind of go with things, unless you had something in particular that you had in mind. I'm gonna say basically you guys are approached by Kalintas and basically given word about this chaos cult who is operating, and it kind of has connections with the last cult that you helped eradicate, Seraph, as this is another one of those groups who seems to be in the Temple District and kind of operating something shady effectively underneath their temple. Um, I think you guys would know enough to know that these apparent people are calling themselves the Church of the Black Hand, or rather, Church of the Ebon Hand, and it is a black hand print that kind of marks their little cult here. Okay, I couldn't see it because I had the die roller out. My apologies there. If you look over on the west side in the Temple District here, we're basically we have a small chapel that runs on. I think that is Gerard Way. Uh, Emerald. My bad. I'm not sure where I got Gerald. Emerald Way runs north to south along the second bridge from the west side there. It's basically right between like Tarak Row, Chalice Road, and the North River Road. Uh, that's Emerald Way, kind of runs north to south there. And 137 is near to that corner. That location is actually where they've identified the cult seems to be kind of like going in into. People have said they've seen signs of like a hand inside of the temple, but the way it faces to the back of the building, almost directly in front of it, most people aren't willing to like walk in a way or to blatantly kind of look into this thing. They're people, they've been basically called out as violent thugs almost, how the monks seem to like attack people on the streets. But basically, it's Golden Elm Way, and then Emerald Way goes south, and 137 is the location of this area they've kind of called for the two of you to go investigate. Do you two have any thoughts on taking sidekicks? Do you want to go just as the two of you? Want to have some sidekicks with you from the guild?
Seraph is a cleric, so I do have quite a bit of healing. I have 18 armor, so I'm a decent little bit of a tank. So our characters should complement each other pretty nice. What kind of wizard are you?
Oh, I'm wizard with the Order of the Scribes, so a bunch of different kinds of spells.
You got like some control and some damage and stuff in there.
I think most I have right now is damage, but there is some control as well.
So do we have like maybe like a barbarian or like paladin type NPC or something like that? Like kind of like a semi tank or an all the way tank?
So Kirator is a barbarian, who would be a solid just general tank. Malchin saved the lizard folk, and those three lizard folk would be um probably tankier classes. You imagine barbarian or fighter with either of them. And then paladin wise, I'm not sure any of the NPCs have really been paladins per se, but we could certainly turn one into a paladin.
What do you think, Mountain? A frontliner or two?
Yeah, I'm definitely thinking frontliner. I think like fighter could be good, right? Like either fighter or barbarian.
Yeah, I'm good with that. Can we do one each, one fighter and one barbarian?
Human, lizard folk, or goblin.
I think I want to get at least one lizard folk because I haven't played one of those yet. So Bob the lizard.
Go for Bob. And you want Bob to be a barbarian or a fighter?
I think barbarian, unless you had something you wanted it instead, Justin.
No, I'm good with that. So we'll do a barbarian lizard and a let's do a fighter goblin.
All right, for the barbarian, I think there is Reaver and Spirit Warden. Spirit Warden looks like it has like the resistance. The Reaver can ignore damage from like a single monstrous attack though, as its reaction. But if you guys look under followers and retainers in the Discord, it's like third from the top in that top channel. The very top options are the barbarian options there. Um, I think main attack wise, they're probably pretty similar. Plus 6d12 versus 2d6. They basically do the same damage. It's just a question of whether it's a 2d6 or the d12. And then fighters, I think there's four different options as well. Night Sorcerer can cast some spells. Sword Master, I think he's probably like the all around tankiest. Made the Sword Master as a Dex variant. And then Warlord is the fourth option. Are you guys seeing those?
Yeah, I can see them.
Do you have one in mind for Bob there?
What level will they be? Do they level up like how spells level up?
Effectively, they're one level underneath you, so they will have access to that third level ability.
Thinking Bob the lizard can be a reaver. That seems fun. And what did we say the goblin would be? Like fighter, right? Was goblin fighter?
Yeah, goblin fighter, and I'm gonna pick the warlord.
Okay, that's just fun. Tiny goblin in full plate armor or what?
I mean, it's full for a goblin. He's gonna be like commanding orders at us too, like he's in charge.
All right, we got Bob, the lizard folk, and I'm gonna go with Terry, the goblin. His real name's Terry Chin. We're going for Terry. Um, yeah. So I think with you guys kind of having this info, um, preparing a small group to like basically go and see what this actual cult is up to. You guys grab one of the goblins, one of the lizard folk, Bob and Terry Chin with you, and you guys can basically head. It's kind of like South One Road, I think, into the actual Temple District from where you guys are, in the North Ward, and you can head across Gold Elm Way pretty much all the way to that church. And you're looking basically to turn south on Emerald Row. Um, but yeah, you guys can kind of pick up like, do you have any thoughts before going there that you want to do, or are you essentially kind of just beelining for this place? Do you have a particular time of day you would like to head that way? What are you guys thinking here?
So tell me one more time, what are we doing? Investigating the what?
Uh, the Temple of the Ebon Hand, where you guys are looking after a cultist group, who would actually be the cult of the Ebon Hand.
Seraph is early to bed, early to rise. I say we surprise them in the morning, not expect them.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably true. Not many expects a full frontal assault in the middle of the day or morning.
I don't think I should be out in the sun. You got a way to hide what I look like? I can just be like a small human.
Not really.
Oh, sadly now, do we have like any full covering armor? A big helmet, maybe?
He's like full on Don Quixote in his armor, like where he's got like a chest piece that's like vastly old kind of stove, like dinged up and kind of banged into some of the shapes, so he can kind of walk around in it. He is a walking piece of armor, but it doesn't mean that like everything else might still draw attention about him. Like a child wouldn't walk around in so much armor that it like theoretically should crush and hurt him.
Looking him over and they get us. We, if anyone asks, we could just say he's a gnome, right? With a full armor. If you don't talk, just say you're mute, maybe? That could work.
Keep your visor down. I will guide you, Lothian. I'll protect if anyone approaches. Can we just sort of have him like armored up and just give it a shot? Or do you want to wait and go at night?
I mean, normally I definitely operate better at night. It's far easier to get around. But I don't mind being pretty much the first of us goblins to have daytime privileges.
I think you are ready. Try to keep you at low profile. I think we will be fine.
Yeah, you just make sure that you're all covered up. It will probably be fine then.
Gotcha. Let me have you guys roll a set of d10s between the two of you.
A 1?
We like step out the front door. Immediately, guards are like, "Hey, is that a goblin over there? You there?"
Let me have you roll a d100, please, Chris.
40.
All right. As you guys are kind of like heading off down into the streets of the Temple District, heading down Golden Elm Way. You're kind of like midway to where you expect to see Emerald Way, kind of like heading off to your left, to the south, and you're kind of like in between the Street of a Million Gods and where you expect that to happen. So you're roughly like between, like, say, the 140 and the 137 here, passing some of these buildings. As a large group of um, parishioners like steps out of one of these temples, and they're like rushing across the street, and they are going to slam into all of you. I need you all to roll dexterity saving throws. And if you can roll basically the first one for you, second one for your sidekick.
So let's see, 14 for Gale, and let's see.
3 and 6 for my sidekick.
Oh, you all around crushed it.
Yeah, and 3 for Bob the Lizard, I guess.
All right, so both of your sidekicks will have to roll this, but we're gonna do. Four damage to Seraph, as you kind of just get like knocked to the side. And then I guess before we actually look it up, just roll a saving throw for Bob and for Jerry, please.
This is again after the first D20.
Yep, yep. That's basically to see that they failed. The way they do Constitution, like the way they do saves, is with con saves. So
Yeah, Bob the Lizard got a 2.
all right, I know Bob will fail that save, no matter what his save modifier is. That's not a success. So he'll take a wound. Basically, that takes him down to 3 wounds. Seraph, yours would have been Terry, right? And Terry was the fighter.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah, yours would have Constitution, and that would make that a 10. So Terry is fine. Terry gets knocked over. Um, Seraph gets knocked over, and Bob gets knocked over, as these priests kind of like come rushing out of that temple. Um, a few of them do scream as they see like Terry's face. Um, as there's like kind of a ruckus that kind of goes on here. What kind of thoughts do you guys have as this like initial kind of like rush of people out of this temple kind of smashes into the group of you, and 3 of you are knocked to the ground? There's like screaming from kind of what now feels like all around you. There's probably like another like 20 or so people in this area of the city, like within like 30 or 40 feet of you. Like that scream's going to grab all of their attention too.
So they basically just like burst through these doors and like just run straight into us. Is any of like the screaming coming from inside? Does it look like they just like pulled off like a heist or a murder? I guess I would do like some kind
Roll
of,
perception.
yeah, I would do perception and try to see like what's going on, evaluate situation. So 14 total.
Um, yeah, I'd say you have a little bit of a hunch that something else is going on here, for these seemingly like priestly characters to be like running away from and kind of like smashing through you guys. You can't too much put like a sense of like whether the screaming or not was happening beforehand. It all seems too sudden. But I would say you definitely have like a peculiar kind of feel about these folk, um, and why they're basically just rushing over whoever was there, which today is you.
So it just seems like an accident. It doesn't seem like the screaming's coming from inside or like they're like actually hostile. They just kind of ran into us and then got scared by the goblin.
My overall point was that everything seems a little bit too rushed, that it seems a little bit too normal. You've got more of an intuitive feel about something is wrong about them than that you've actually experienced anything because you weren't paying attention.
So I guess the first thing I would do is just like stand back up and like confront them, tell them to halt.
Roll a persuasion or an intimidation, depending on whether you're just trying to be, like forceful or like just kind of like with authority saying it. I feel like that's kind of a distinguished. Maybe it's just an intimidation. Is that a natural 20 though?
Yeah, no modifier.
Yeah, so as you kind of like yell out, they just like stop for a moment and kind of like look back. "Wha- What's your problem? What's kind of like looking over you for like insignia or any reason why they should be halting?
Explain yourself. Do not treat other members of the city like this, especially not holy members. Church. What is the big rush, and how come no apology?
Uh, what business are you that I should apologize to such scum? And he kind of like scoffs at you as he like throws some coins at you. Like the whole time he's got like a like book or tomb kind of like wrapped up in a little bit of leather, like underneath his like other arm, and just kind of like looks to the other two people who he kind of like ran out with, and he's going to like turn and start to move away as the other two kind of like move up behind him in between you and him.
Let's see. Gale, as he's looking, can we tell like what kind of order they belong to, like religious order?
Roll a religion check.
And the two that kind of like interceded between us and him, do they seem more like guards? Are they more heavily armored and weaponed?
All of these people are essentially covered in like a very generic like uh priestly cloak, like just kind of like brown uh cloak, just overall covering everything. So they are very much like hooded, shrouded monk. There we go. That's the word I was kind of looking for. Almost like aesthetic monk type, like fully just covered in like a brown robe.
Yeah, I got a total of 15. No, well, let's see, 16.
I'd say kind of looking over them, you do see that these figures have like pins and pendants of gods, but you start to notice that like two of them have like the same pendant and then another one has a different one. They seem to basically have the signs of serving different gods.
Then let's see, the one who threw the coins and scoffed at us, basically. What god can I recognize that as?
Overall, I'm going to say you don't recognize the actual god. That's why I say you can recognize their pins are different, that they don't necessarily serve the same god. But the gods is not something that's just connecting to you right now,
Oh, okay.
which could mean it's one of, like, there's a reason there's a street called A Million Gods. Like, there's hundreds and thousands of gods. It's just none of the main gods of the city kind of thing.
So I'm gonna yell back at him one more time, because I feel like he is disrespecting Lothian. When I mentioned the name, I feel like that's why he called me skunk. I
Gotcha.
said,
What is
"Oh, go ahead, sir."
No, no, I was about to ask you to say what you were going to say. Like, what are you going to say?
I said, "In the name of Lothian, I command you to explain yourself, or else."
Gotcha. So, say he kind of like crashed through you and was like 5 or 10 feet away. Like, he's pretty much going to be like 35, 40 feet away as he is like basically moving away from you here. These other two are kind of like interdicting between you, and kind of like push in. Um, they don't seem to have any reason to or any reaction to the name of Lothian being invoked. So you can find that, and possibly would find it quite insulting, that the name of Lothian does nothing.
All right, so it's been a while since I played Seraph, but I was just looking at like his stuff that I already made for him, and he is chaotic neutral, so I feel he's a little off the cusp sometimes. But he is part of the City Watch, like investigator or whatever. So I would imagine he's somewhere in between just like a regular person and like an actual guard. You know what I mean?
Gotcha. What did we do for that? Did you guys actually get approached with that one? Like, as investigators, do you have a actual badge?
So it's whatever I picked for my background, and it says your experience in enforcing the law and dealing with lawbreakers gives you feel for local laws and criminals. You can easily find the local outpost of the Watch or a similar organization, and just as easily pick out the dens of criminal activity in a community. Although you're more likely to be welcome in the former locations rather than the latter. So I guess what I'll
I
go
gotcha.
with. Oh,
So
go ahead.
it's more than like what that kind of city watch is. It's just kind of funny, and I think I gave away one of the like potential forward routes was that you guys got like deputized. Um, but I guess with the background, what it really is like, to like the southeast of you on Purvey Street, and I mean just to the left of Street of a Million Gods, that like eagle in the manger is the sign for that's where like the guard station is. So you might know, and perhaps be like trying to intimidate them with the idea like the guard station is only, you know, I don't know, however you wanted to phrase it to like basically intimidate them. It is only 1,500 steps from here. You wouldn't want me to get their attention, would you? Kind of thing. And but I feel like that's kind of like the level of what that background is like that recognition. Insofar as kind of recognizing all of like the bad spots in the city, um, I would say that's more of one of the things, like if you needed to find a contact who was into shady things, I would give you access than to pretend that I'm just going to spot any given like shit show, because there's plenty of shit shows in this city. Um, as far as like bad places criminals would hang out is what I mean.
All right, so what are you thinking, Chris? Do we want to go full Karen on these guys, or should we just proceed to our destination? At this point in time, I imagine a few seconds have gone by or whatever. Nobody else like came out after them, like screaming or anything like that. It was more just like a initial like confusion.
Yeah, I mean, right now you're still within like 5 seconds of all of this happening. This is kind of like a turn has sort of happened in the initiative order. Overall, we're about to get to like 10 seconds kind of happening just by inaction. I think at this point, this is pretty close to that guy is running through you. The other two kind of stop to like keep up and distract you, and he's about to disappear.
All right, so I guess I'm gonna go with command.
All right. You have Seraph as a local of the city, right?
Yeah, he's local. Yep.
Mind control, charms are among the most illegal things that you can do in the city. And I've got you in the center of a crowd of people. Attention has just been brought to this. Seraph would know that this is about as illegal as things can get, taking control of somebody's mind.
Yeah, I got you.
So there's some like yelling about as there's like almost like a kind of like chain of events of people seeing the little goblin in Terrachin, and like he's kind of like trying to get his armor kind of situated, throwing like his robes kind of more around him as this person kind of is running further away from you. Those two guards are just kind of like holding, or those two monks are just kind of like holding in between you guys and him. Um, like right now, things are not happening like violently. There was a crash, some screams drew some attention, and everybody is kind of just, um, I don't know, just like lost in that moment at present. And that person's like rounding a corner around the next street, heading north.
We should keep moving before my temper gets the best of me. And I'll just push past those guards.
Roll an intimidation, please.
And my intention is essentially like for us to just go about our business. But like kind of like a shoulder check or something like that. Like just kind of
Well,
be
that's part of though. Is you pushing through is definitely like the intimidation move, but it's also to see from them if they read you. Yeah, you both rolled low, so as you kind of like push through, to like go on your way, these two are basically going to actually try to like strike at you. Yeah, neither of them is going to have like a solid attempt at actually hitting you as they try to like break you like you're just trying to move through and they're like reacting to you kind of like stepping away, and they like strike into you and just like clink into the like hard solid back of your armor. And right, you're wearing plate like heavy with that with Seraph
chainmail.
chain. Gotcha. So yeah, they like punch into your chain, and you like feel like the like pressure of their punch just kind of dissipate through a large portion of the back, as it's essentially ineffectual strikes into your armor. So if you guys don't necessarily react to that at this point, I think it would be more obvious that you're like not chasing after their the like third person of their party, and they just kind of like look at each other and seem kind of confused as to what's going on here, and then they're going to start to run off kind of towards the north side of the street.
Yeah, I think like I kind of was just on the edge the whole time, and then like the patheticness of their strikes, Seraph just kind of like laughs it off. And I think he would like say something to him as they're like moving away, like, "You're in over your head, child. You don't want this."
As you guys kind of like pass by where they headed up the street, like, maybe 15, 20 more seconds later, there's still screaming and there's still some sort of a ruckus back where all that happened. Um, at present, you guys have kind of like stepped far enough away where there might be one or two people who are still looking at you, but you're like, say, 40 or 50 feet away from where that happened. And now more people have not really seen what happened from it than like more people around your general area. More people have not seen what happened than have. And only a few of them are still like looking at Terry at this point, but most of the ruckus is still like where it actually happened. So you guys are moving towards an outskirt of that kind of crowd that's sort of forming here, and you can see probably about twice that distance, say like 100 feet or like 30 meters away. You can see a group of guards are now running towards this area. Do you guys have thoughts on what you're doing as you see like potential guards heading over? Do you want to just kind of like pass into a street side nearby and start to head north, maybe cross the street and start to head south? Do you have like a thought on just gonna like pull hoods up and try to be nonchalant? Do you want to yell for guards while you have a goblin with you?
No, I think definitely avoid the guards. I'm not like obviously in like big heavy armor. I'm not like particularly great for like trying to be stealthy and stuff. I would imagine I sound like pretty
So
dumb.
here's the thing. This is definitely one of those places where people being armored isn't necessarily out of the ordinary. Making noise is one thing that big heavy armor does. That's a different kind of stealthy than like gray manning. You're in the middle of the holy district. Plenty of paladins and plenty of clerics walk around exactly how you're dressed.
Yeah, so I think that's probably the way I would think is to for us to just kind of go gray man. And I'm gonna guide the goblin. So I'll just say something to
Gotcha.
him like, stay close to me. We will fade into the shadows. Move on our way. And I'll just touch him and give him guidance.
Gotcha. Any thoughts on what Gale is doing? Otherwise, let me just get a stealth check from you guys. And this is just a flat D20, really, more than anything. It's not going to be a disadvantage or anything. This is just to not draw attention to yourselves.
Yeah, 13 from Gale.
I rolled another nat 20 for 21 total.
My bad. Can you roll the sidekicks too?
And a 6 for Bob the Lizard.
And a dirty 20 for goblin.
I looked up, I saw that 2 and the 6. I was like, oh shit. And I noticed the 2 is from a D4. So, yeah, as you guys are kind of like passing by, there's definitely a moment where one of the guards like looks at Bob and just kind of like stutters his step a little bit and kind of gets tripped up, like adjusting his helmet and like looking back as this like monstrous lizard is walking by. The tail is like clearly kind of like sticking up out of the like cloak that he's like currently kind of like pulling over his head. But the guy notices Bob. Nobody seems to notice Terry at this point, and Bob and Terry kind of like just keep following you guys. You just kind of like move along with the traffic and just kind of clear that area. When you get to the corner of Golden Elm and to the Emerald Way to the south, you guys can like turn down that road. You pass by like the side of that chapel that's on the actual corner, and then you can see the Temple of the Ebon Hand is right beyond it. And as far as the outside goes, this is just like a wooden structure, about like 13, 15 feet tall, like 3 meters tall kind of thing. It's not terribly um like nice creation. It's just like a wooden structure. It's not like terribly ornate like carved wood. It just kind of serves its purpose as like a like double door open room. It's almost like a wide hall kind of situation. And the doors butt up to the back of the stone temple in front of it, and you can kind of see a little bit inside when like a door might open. There's not too much traffic into this place, but if you kind of hang out here for like 15 or 20 minutes, you can eventually like see somebody who's kind of coming in, maybe a little bit longer to see somebody go. But there is traffic through that temple. Um, and maybe it's better to say somebody told you, if you want to spot somebody going or coming, wait 15 or 20 minutes. There's usually somebody coming or going.
And do we have like any authority here?
No, not really.
But this is kind of like a compound, right? Or like is this
Uh,
just like a straight up like single building like church or like temple?
yeah, I was gonna say this is not really a compound. It's definitely like the single building is what you guys are like being told is the Temple of the Ebon Hand. Like the church on the corner, that's would be dedicated to another god, just as much as pretty much every building in this district is to one god or another.
So I guess I would just kind of like spitball it a little bit with Gail. What do you think, Gail? Can stay around here and try to get some information, or can go straight to the source? Once we're inside, we'll be much stronger. We're limited here.
Yeah, but I feel like they probably have some kind of protection, right? Like we do think they're a cult working there. Don't think they have any kind of security.
I would imagine there's some security, but we are inside, not perceived hostile at least initially. Should be able to keep the ruckus to a minimum.
Yeah, you're probably right. As long as it's just happening inside there and probably won't be garnering too much attention from others.
They are the cult that we suspect they are, and they have their hands tied in the shrivel. Then, should it get out of hand and the guards come, we will at least be semi favorable.
Should we wait just a little bit to see what kind of people are coming and going from them? Have been some traffic. Maybe we should just watch for now for a little while at least.
Can stay and watch for a while. It will make you feel better. I can feel the holy light burning. Lothian sees all. She knows. Or he, or it, whatever Lothian.
You sound so sure of your faith.
You don't even know what gender your god is?
Momentary brain fart. I was in guidance myself to try to figure out.
Yeah, yeah, pretty sure he was a man. And you guys made up that he was a god because he only lived like 500 like generations ago.
Yes, that's what I said. He, Lothian, great one. Shut up. You're more trouble than you're worth. I should have got the lizard. Look at that guy. He's gigantic and badass. You're already more trouble than you're worth. But I do like him.
Bob like looks at you. I'm actually a female.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Of course. Meant that. Obviously, I'm having some gender issue. The times are changing.
It's okay. For you to see any reason with our folk, you gotta put hands in holes that you don't want to be inside of. And I'd rather you not be inside of.
Yes, I've worked very hard to not have to put my hands places I don't want. We'll just keep it to ourselves. We'll trust that you are a female.
So, are we waiting to see who comes and goes, or can we just go in there and start tearing shit apart?
See, I told you I should have got the lizard. What do you have to say, Goblin? You ready to tear shit apart?
I'm ready to go in there.
I don't know about. It like sizes up like his arms and like ability to like pull something apart versus like the lizard person who's basically like biceps are as large as a goblin.
Yeah, I'm with Terry on this one. Maybe we should just go in and not start with tearing shit apart. Keep that as a solid plan D, maybe?
Can go
So
in.
like
We'll be measured at first, but we'll let fate decide.
on a scale of like 1 to 5 cultists, if there's two, I can start tearing them apart. And like Bob like walks up to like the door of the chapel and like goes to like open the door as she says that.
Gillis go, let's say if there's two big cultists, you can start tearing shit apart.
Bob like opens the door and you see is like her head like nods a little bit before she says 13 and like rushes inside. I want you guys to roll for initiative.
Ugh, I got a 14 for Gale.
That's exactly what I got too. Do you want us to space out the NPCs or just do them right after ourselves?
Um they will follow right after you. Um and I'll drop their tokens in a second here. Oh, I've never actually asked you for a token from Gale. And I think I have Seraph in here.
Oh, right, I forgot that too. I can make one quick. Let's see.
All I can think of every time I hear or say Gale is Gale the snail from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Gale the Snail? I'll be honest, I haven't watched It's Always Sunny.
Ooh, It's Always Sunny is great. I cannot in particular think of Gale the Snail right now.
It's a really funny show. She's just a random character in it. She's the sister of like the creepy brothers who like drink all the milk and do weird stuff.
Gotcha. I'm almost positive I know who she is, but she's not the cat one.
No, no, not the cat.
Wait, do we not have the link for the token creator anymore? The Discord?
Oh, I might have just removed it. If you send me the picture before the token creator, I can do it.
There, I sent the picture. That should be it.
You want like a headshot or prefer like a bust? You want it to be small with the book inside of the picture?
I think a headshot would do. Like that's
All right, my apologies there. So we have things starting off with Bob basically rushing into the temple here. Um which means we'll actually start on the initiative of the person who Bob works for. So I think for Seraph. Did I ask you guys to roll initiative? If not, can I have you roll initiative?
we did roll. I think we both got 14 total, right, Sarah?
Yeah, yeah, we're all 14, all four of us.
Gotcha. Yeah, so we'll just have you guys basically start it off. Um Bob is like opening this door, calling out that there's like 13 of them and rushing in. Um and we'll just let you guys kind of react a little bit faster. Like Bob's about to set this off, so you guys can either basically forgo everything and let Bob start it, or you can basically hop ahead of time and start it before Bob. But it's basically on the two of you to use your turns, and then you'll go to your two minions.
So as soon as Bob says that and opens the door, Seraph's gonna go right in too, and just move straight up to the front. And as he does, he's gonna hold his mace up in the air, shield in front of him, and cast Spiritual Guardian. And he's going to say, "You worship the false god. Lothian sends his best." And then that's it for my action.
Spirit Guardians is what, 15 feet from you?
Yeah, it's a 15-foot radius. Is there any way that I can try to get up in the juice?
Not without using your action. I guess really you could get to a corner like that, but I think that's the furthest.
No, I think I'm okay with that. I think thematically I wouldn't be like trying to like get everybody necessarily, and also I'm not that experienced with Spirit Guardians, so I would kind of be like, let's see how this goes. And then obviously I'm going to designate the four of us as neutral targets.
It's really crazy that I picked 6 random characters to be like 4 different tokens. So 2 of them are replicated twice. And when I rolled to see what their like abilities on these characters are, I did the exact same thing. So we got Seraph running in. What is Gale doing? Do you have any thoughts on what you're doing at present?
Yeah, I think he's kind of panicking a little bit, seeing them both rush in. So he's just gonna do that, and thinking like shit's going down, he's gonna throw in a fireball. And just because I can use it with this kind of class, let's see.
So it's 15-foot radius on a fireball. You're basically picking a cross point between 4 spaces.
Yeah, I'm thinking like with the square with the 2 fingers with close to the what is acolyte and the priest down in the right uh, section. Like yeah, there.
Well, that's what I mean. You're basically picking a cross point. You're picking like between 4 spaces, not like a space.
I think I'm getting confused. But
Like you could pick there. You could pick like the center of the hand. You're measuring from between 4 different squares.
okay, yeah, then I'd probably do it like just slap dab in the middle of the
The
like the
center
square
of the
with the
hand
line.
like that.
Yeah.
So I think that's the entire room basically, besides you guys. Roll for the damage real quick.
That is 25, and they have to make a Dex 16 saving throw.
Alright, 1. One of the guys who's like just like basically like staring off towards the hand and towards all of the priests like in the center of this room. Actually, yeah, that's craziness. I never explained the room that you see. The structure inside of here is like a wooden walled chapel. Everything about this place should be in wood. Ignore the actual kind of like pictures look there. The center of this room is a massive black hand that kind of sticks up out of the floor, and there's a candle lit atop each hand. You've got 6 priests around the hand. All of them are like chanting, and then 10 people whose backs are kind of towards you, who are like kneeled at the front of the chapel, and they're like looking towards this black hand. When you explode the fireball, only one of them even had a chance if he like passed to stay alive, and he will in fact stay alive. All of the rest of them have far too low of hit points. When the fireball explodes, this is like Gorefest 101. People are just like exploding into pieces and like disintegrating into mist as there's just like a fine coating of blood that's going to rain down on everybody inside of this room. What's your spell save DC? Like 16 or 17? Was it
Yeah,
15?
16.
16? Word. All right, my bad. So from the priests atop, that are like in like around the hand, you see most of them are shielded by like fingers of the hand, almost like containing the blast, and they can almost like get themselves close enough to the hand to take a little bit of the damage. But not all of them are shielded. One of these guys, like his hood kind of is blasted back. You can see his face is like stretched out, so like his actual face is almost like being like pulled away, like his face were putty, and like the like eyes and nose are like pulled forward, and his mouth is like almost under his jaw, as if he was almost like partially a shark, where like his mouth opens inside of this like putty like extension of his face. But he's kind of like just like left out in the open and like extra burnt as he's blasted back. um oh, I described that wrong. 4 of them take the full blast, 2 of them shield themselves. um but yeah, you guys see as the vast majority of them take like the full blast of this whole thing, and maybe one of these characters around you guys is going to survive, as they're just kind of liquidated in this room. And then what to your sidekicks? What do you guys want to do with them? Rushing forward into the 2 closest individuals and passing up the guy who's a bloody mess to go for the first priest. You want to make the attack with Terry? I didn't even think about that. This is a perfect time to actually use um the big ass hit table, the system shock. Did you roll for Terry there? Is that what the 5 is? Or is that yeah, that's
Yeah, I rolled 5 for him.
gotcha. I don't think 11 is gonna hit this guy. Yeah, he's pretty well armored. Probably hear like the chink of metal as Terry like moves up behind the like weakened fool there. Oh, actually, who were you attacking?
Terry will go for whichever one looks like they would have more money on them, like something shiny, expensive.
It's probably the cultist rather than the priest here.
All right, he's going for the cultist.
Gotcha. So yeah, just chinks into metal. What are you doing with Bob?
I think Bob would just, well, seeing most of them just be gone. I think she's rushing for the one like down here. Just keep rushing in. Let's see. It was Reaver, so it's yeah. 17 plus 6, so 23 to hit.
Um, should be a solid hit with a 23 to hit. Yeah.
Or 7 damage.
Yeah, this one is the one whose like face was like melted off almost like that, where it's like pulled out like putty, slashing into him. Probably at this point you'll start to see that they are bloodied from that strike, as you like gash through and like see like there's signs that like the armor almost has singed like their flesh beneath their robes, as like even the robes kind of like start to burn away. The sword slash cut through some of the actual like pieces of metal. This person seems to be like in that like bloodied state. Um and then yeah, I think start of their turn is where we do um the guardians. Like spirit guardians doesn't take effect when you first cast it, correct?
Yeah, you got it. It's at the start of their turn or when they move into the space. And it's wisdom 15.
What's the radius on it? 15 feet from you, so 3 spaces. Yeah, all 3 of them will fail.
Do they all
For
take the
11.
same amount of damage or do I roll for each one individually?
I'd say it's 11 a turn, basically, so you only have to roll it once a turn.
Okay, cool. And it's
But normally I would say a turn, not a round of combat. Because like if it happens at a different time in the like round cycle, I would say roll it again. But yeah, once a
okay, I got you. And it's 11 or half if they pass.
oh yeah, none of them even passed. So yeah, let's see. Yeah, so basically the 2 closest to you guys are almost like shredded by these like well, I guess you could describe your Lothians. Maybe your Lothians are both male and female. Some of them are confused, uh like almost half humans kind of thing, because Seraph apparently doesn't know what Lothian looks like.
First off, that was out of game. Okay. But anyway, yeah. I'm neutral, so it's radiant. Yeah.
Yeah, but like these like tiny little like Lothians are like shredding these 2 priests who are closest to you guys. The 2 of them are effectively mortally wounded. Some of the other ones are doing less and just as bad, kind of. Well, not just as bad, but they're certainly even the like least damage of them are still pretty heavily damaged. But it's gonna go to these guys. Alrighty. So I think first I'm gonna have one of them Bane. I think I'm gonna Bane all of you.
Yeah, if you upcast to level 2, it hits 4 people. You probably already knew that, but I just threw it out there.
What have you guys rolled? This is a, I believe, Wisdom save for Bane.
Yeah, I rolled a nat 1, so I think.
My bad. It is a Charisma saving throw. Not going to change with the one though. It's definitely a solid fail. But you do get inspiration with Gale now.
Woo!
Natural 20 for Seraph and a 15 for Terry.
The 15 should still be good.
Yeah, Bob got a 4.
Bob will be baned as well. So it sounds like both of Justin's characters are good, and both of Chris's characters failed. Gale has Bob. Yeah, okay, Gale and Bob failed. So yeah, this guy kind of like looks to you all and he's like, "You don't belong in this place." And as he's like basically saying this, like you can hear like the intonation of like other powerful words kind of like mixing into his voice as he says this. And like Seraph kind of like holds to his faith in Lothian. Um, Maybe Terry's just a little bit too stupid to understand what's going on, just has zero fucks to give. And Bob basically like feels this like drain on him as the words kind of start to like sink into your flesh. And Gail, kind of the same thing, like where you're not hurt by this, but you can feel like energy almost like sapped from you, kind of like warding you from this location, kind of thing. And he like steps back, intoning that one. um the next of these guys is going to like step away as he um forms two like images of himself, and he like starts to kind of like flash as you see these like multiple different like images of this person, as they all like raise up and start to weave like the same magic. And then closest to you yet, one of these is going to start to intone. Um, all right, yeah, one of them in on the right side is gonna kind of like step back as they like lash out, and they're gonna strike out towards Terry, which I think this is going to miss with the 16. As you hear this person kind of like saying like a similar kind of like curse, almost like that you don't belong here, but instead of like the words like intoning louder and like magnifying off of the stone, you see as this person like whips out, quite literally lashing out with their tongue, and this like massive like sea creature like scaled tongue with like suckers on it like slashes out towards Terry. Does a 16 hit Terry?
I'm pretty sure he was 18. Hang on, I can't find it.
Yeah, the Warlord got a AC of 18. Funny.
Gotcha. And then let's see the other one here. This one, you don't really see kind of the most distinguishing characteristic of their um, body like yet, but they like start to pull back their hood, and you can see part of this person's face is actually like glowing red, and like it seems like there's almost like heated like rocks like embedded into their face on one side of their skull. And as they like start to like scream out these loud incomprehensible words, the like wood of this place, all everything starts to almost like spark and kind of like starts to like burn like little embers, and a line just like dashes across the room. And it's going to form into like one, two, three beams of light fly out, and these as well are going to go towards. Actually, this is going to go towards Bob. And these like three beams of like a deep red fire spark out of this person's skull. Okay, one of them is going to crit, another one's going to hit with a 19 and modifiers, and then the third's going to miss with a 4. So really what that means is Bob needs to make 2 saving throws. Um, the first one versus 10. I think they're both going to be. No, the first one versus. Yeah, I think
Actually,
it's still 10.
um, I think because she was Reaver, right? So she's gonna use her reaction for one of them to like I'll take the crit, yes, because I can to
Just take no
ignore all of them.
damage.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean it makes sense for the crit. It's the second one here. It's kind of indistinguishable that they happen at the same time. So yeah, just roll a save for the initial blast, the like normal damage. And it's still just a 10 plus basically. Damn, solid save. So like Bob just gets blasted by these beams of fire, and it just kind of like sinks into her like lizard plating. On some level, like kind of recognizing like this lizard just kind of absorbs something that many people would get pretty heavily fucked up by. Um, and this person kind of like almost like you can see that their clothing um like caught more on fire kind of situation as they like sparked this fire. Um, what actually made sense for this person? I have resistance to fire. um, but let's see. Those are the 4 furthest from you. I think the 2 closest to Bob and to Gale are both going to reach out, and you see that each of them like reaches out with their like left hand, and it's just a black necrotic hand that's like almost rotted to the bone, but as like these like black dead flesh like reaches out, you hear them chanting. First one versus Bob, and the second one versus Terry. Bob's is a 21 to hit. That one should hit. The one against Terry is a fail. And then what is the save? Um, so 3d10 is 15. So Bob has a 15, a DC. Did you just roll a 15?
I rolled a 14, but she has the constitution in saves.
Barbarians have con saves? Yeah, so
Yeah.
that's a pass. So again, not taking any wounds. Um, like reach out with this necrotic. Should have made it a 20 and cast it up. I think that would have made more sense. Next time. Yeah, so they kind of like reach back. Wait a second. Bob has a negative from Bane. Roll a d4 for me, Bob.
A -1.
Um, yeah, I think the other cultists. I should have made him recognize that Seraph was like the center of that spell. Whoopsie. They kind of like step back as like the like circle of Lothian starts to like cross around everybody. The 2 who are still remaining inside of it are like the 2 that were already inside. As they kind of like reach out to like share death with you. And then it's gonna go to you guys again. What would you like to do?
So I'm gonna go ahead and move up. Is it possible to get in like the hand squares or move through them, or do you have to kind of like go around that four little squares?
Since you are in heavy armor, I would say it is difficult terrain for you to move through where the hand is. But I would say it's the four spaces of the hand, not necessarily like the end of the fingertips. Yeah, like I would say that's difficult terrain. So I think that's probably like, yeah, that's probably the max you could move is to get there. Do you have anything else that you want to do at present, or
You can go ahead and do some stuff with your guys in the meantime. I'm just sorting everything out
Then I
because
think.
gotcha,
I have to maintain concentration, so I have to be careful with spell I use.
gotcha. How about with Gale? What do you have in mind?
I think he will move in. So let's see. Get next to Bob here, and let's see what it's called. Rhymes binding ice. It's a 30-foot cone from me, but I'm like, how do you?
Gotcha. So you could probably get the cone. I think pretty much everybody like south of Seraph. Yeah, I think you could probably hit. Um, Probably pretty much everybody in that line of four.
Yeah, because what I'm basically aiming at is like try to get to the one who's concentrating. That's the one he's trying to hit, while not trying to hit any one of his friends. So that's well, the ones I can hit. It's 17, and it's a con save of 16 to save it. And if they fail, their speed is reduced to 0 as well. Let's take the damage.
All right, so you roll for 17 damage on that.
Yeah.
All righty. So I rolled too many. I should have rolled five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, yeah, I should have rolled 6. But what is going on? Oh no, I should have rolled 5 because one of them is not in the cone. That's what it was. Um, so the 20 is actually getting removed. But that leaves, I think everything is how I did it, where you will watch as four of these priests like basically like freeze into a block of ice, and then the like three who are kind of like shimmering where you can't quite tell like which one is which, they're all making the same gestures at the same time. Sometimes one looks more real than the other two that look like they're almost like blinking out of existence. Those three are still standing. They don't appear to be like frozen in the ice, but they are severely wounded. But again, all of the other ones are actually going to die in that process. So I think you've got Seraph. Do you have anything else to do? As a bunch of these creatures are like freezing around you, you basically have two of them, like one to the south of you that looks like three, and then one to the north of you between you and Terry.
Yeah, so I imagine like that Seraph and Terry are kind of like bickering like as the fight goes on. So Seraph is gonna say, "You're not Terry." Lothian extends their grasp. All you need is to take his hand. And I'm gonna do my spiritual weapon, and it's gonna be like a big glowing hand. And then Terry is gonna like yell back at me, and he's gonna use his command ability. So he's gonna attack the guy right in front of him, and then he's gonna yell at me and make me attack that guy too.
You know Lothian doesn't exist! That's just a fake hand! Fucking attack him!
That's not true. I will strike him, but not because you told me to. So it's 25 to hit,
Solid hit.
and it's 7 total damage. And he gets a 12. Would be a miss, I think.
12 is a miss. Yep.
And then the spiritual weapon is just going to attack. I'm going to pop it up like right in that space all the way in the back between the three of them. And it's just going to attack the one that's kind of like diagonally closest to me. So 16 to hit. And if it hits, it's 6 total damage. And then
Oh,
for
my
my
bad.
action, oh, sorry.
There should be one more duplicate as well.
For my action, I'm going to Sacred Flame the guy that we're in combat with.
Gotcha. You said it hit with a 16.
Yeah, 16 for 6 was the spiritual weapon attack. And Sacred Flame is
Yeah.
Dex
So
15.
6 or higher with 3. So that is a duplicate that it hits. The spiritual weapon just like slashes through, and one of these duplicates disappears. And then what did you say? The sacred flame? That's a dexterity save.
Yeah, that's right. 15 Dex.
15. I think that's going to be a 14. So I think that is a fail.
So that's 11 damage.
Gotcha. Yeah. So, the fire from Seraph is gonna like burn through this person as it like kind of comes down from above and almost like consumes them. And Terry, just to make sure to finish it off, is just gonna like jab his sword right into like the point where like the light of of the searing flame is like coming down into him, and just jabs the sword into there. Terry is going to look up to you and he's like,
My kill.
A holy union between Terry and Lothian together.
and how about from Bob? What do you got Bob doing here?
I think Bob will just like shoulder charge through the ice statue in front of her and go for the one like just directly below. Like that one. South of her. So another 23 to hit from her.
Solid hit.
For max damage, 15.
Oh, wait a second. I forgot it doesn't even matter at present. I need to roll for the duplicates. Yeah, a duplicate just disappeared.
All right. That should be it for Bob.
Yeah, I think this one just like tears off their ceremonial robes, and you just see as their flesh is like bursting with like extra muscles. Clearly, like many of them are not in places where there should be muscles, that it's just like extra flesh just as much as anything else. And just kind of like reaching up towards the like fire of the like ebon hand, like one of the fingers closest to them. These two kind of like circle around Bob, and they're each doing this at the same time, like mirror images of each other. They reach up for the flame, and you see as like that black hand kind of like turns into a fiery paw, and they just like reach out, and each of them are going to try to slam into Bob, and they're going to attempt to inflict wounds at level 2 against Bob. And a 14 is probably not a hit.
No, that just misses. AC 15.
Son of a bitch. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna stand a chance. Oh wait, start of the turn anyways. It was already to the wisdom save. was gonna say I don't think they stand a chance to live another turn. So really, before that, I should have. Yeah, they're gonna die to the little indiscriminate Lothians of light. Lothian is going to destroy this person. Um, One of them just kind of blinks out of existence as the other one falls to the ground, getting like torn apart by Lothian. My apologies there. As the attack doesn't really happen, they're attempting this attack as Lothian tears them into shreds. But you guys kind of have this hall. It is coated in gore. Again, there were 10 cultists who were like vaporized just by the fireball, let alone everything else that's kind of happened in here this since. You've got a solid understanding that this building probably has like 5 minutes, if not less, before it burns down just from the actual fireballs, like explosion inside of here. Unless you guys put some like concerted effort into putting it out. Um, the fire is like something spreading. Do you guys have a way to create water? Otherwise, what kind of thoughts do you all have as you basically like lit a building on fire?
We'll need to be on our way quickly. Perhaps we can find some riches, make this worth our while. Some clues. I'll like. It's probably not gonna make much difference, but I'll close the front door, just so it's like not as obvious that we're like in here or doing like stuff.
Gotcha. So you move right back to close the door as soon as possible. What do you guys pin Gail, Bob, and Terry for doing?
Is, would you say that some of the firewood have gone out from the Rhymes binding ice? Like,
Overall, sure, but I'm gonna say this place is in danger. Like casting fireball is a good way to burn buildings down, and I described it as an all wooden building from the start. So this place is burning down unless you guys intervene with more things that can put out fire.
yeah,
And if you don't have a cantrip or use something big like a high spell, you're gonna pretty much let this place burn because that's kind of what I'm putting it at. It's just as a decision to make. Find somewhere else to kind of push it, or like let this place go.
I think Gale then like, facilitation says it can like snuff out a candle, a torch, or a small campfire.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to press to digitate this out.
Yeah, no, I thought so, but that's basically what he's gonna try to do, not effectively, but just like small bits of
Gotcha.
fire.
So yeah, you're gonna see as you like start to like put out like little sections. You're watching as your fire is expanding faster than you can press to digitate it out. You're not gonna waste more than a turn kind of doing this. As you're basically watching as your fire is out of control. What do you guys want Bob or Terry to be doing?
Terry's definitely trying to loot anything he can possibly see that looks shiny or valuable.
Gotcha. Roll a investigation for me with Terry. Um, Gotcha. So probably it's a 9. Probably doesn't really have any reason. Um, Roll D100 for me.
It's 39.
Roll um 8d6. But I'm gonna have to look at them in order. I just want 8 different ones. Gotcha. So you can grab up 5 copper, 4 silver, and what is that, 13 gold pieces as you go through. But like that's what like Bob or Terry does, just like over a few of the cultists, just like looking for coin purses around. Terry can call out to you guys that there are 2 doors in the back of this hall like behind like tapestries, that basically like give way, like that there is a back section on the east and the west side of the building. Basically, there's two more doors.
Hey, I'm coming in
Two
hot.
more doors.
What do you guys? What do you got, Bob doing? Is Bob searching any bodies? Is Bob?
I think Bob would go for like searching for like who's the biggest guy and like take a bit of a war trophy.
War trophy taking their weapon, or war trophy like taking a piece of their body?
I think they'll go for weapon. Don't want to be too gruesome, but yeah, like
The one closest to where Bob is, and then the actual last one that you guys killed, were two of the biggest. Those two were basically both deformed in similar ways, where they just had massive bulging muscles like through all over their body. Each of them has some pretty badass weaponry, but for what it's worth, you can like take like a I feel like he's got slashing damage. You could take something with bludgeoning damage and basically have Bob like capable of doing slashing or bludgeoning.
yeah.
So Seraph is kind of like pointing off a location to like the southwest where you guys could go through a door there.
Yeah, I went ahead and I like basically moved object interaction and then dash back like the other way, and I'm just gonna try to like bash through the door.
Yeah, you guys aren't really in initiative, but closing the doors up and making sure you guys don't like have like stuff coming in was still counting as doing something outside, like towards the door. But yeah, you guys can basically bust into those next two rooms about the same time there. As you basically like both of you kind of like push open these doors. Let me get perception checks from you as you guys like push open these doors and see what might be seen.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna use my inspiration for that then. It's because I can. So let's see, 21. Yeah, 21 for Gale.
And Seraph's 26.
Gotcha. So as you guys like push these doors open, you basically both see pretty similar situations where you're like looking over what is pretty clearly like a monk's study. And for many cases, like it all just kind of like fits together. And you kind of like describe some of these things to each other where you're like describing like what the room set up, and both of you are like describing like these rooms are set up in the same way where there's like a desk on the right side of the room, and it's got a large bookcase along the far side of the room, and then there's a bed over to the opposite side. And basically, as you're like describing these things, like both of you are saying just about the same things, and then you come to a point where like you both say something that's like different, where there's a second desk over on the closest wall. And like the other one says, no, there's a sink over on the closest wall. With like, just like a little font of water like on top of it. And taking a moment to like kind of go in there and investigate these 2 points. Each of you kind of like moves that thing like aside. And basically you will find underneath like font of water, the like sink in the opposite one on the right side, on the east side of the building. You can kind of like move this like font out of the way, and it like pulls on a little lever, and you basically will hear like as the stones start to like slide, stop, and then slide and stop as like the stones descend like a staircase down into the north. My bad, down into the east. So you guys can gather each other up and you kind of like head into this like dark little like stone like staircase down into the east of you. And pretty quickly you'll see that it like opens up into a room maybe like 20 or 30 feet to the east that has like sconces on the wall in like little depressions, and you can see on the floor this like black hand kind of like burnt into the stone of the floor.
I'll go ahead and drop a light cantrip on like the front of my shield. Obviously, it's well lit right here, but
I don't know why, but it's duplicating the tokens as I drop you guys. This doesn't make sense to me. I feel like they just changed Owlbear.
so just RP wise, I think Seraph would be kind of mentioning if we take more than like 5 minutes down here. We either need to find another way out, or we're going to be like potentially like trapped until the place finishes burning down, and probably going to get in trouble. We need to find another way out. I don't think turning that way is a viable option.
Surely they must have had like a secret escape somewhere.
I think you're correct. Looks big. Another act. What
Good news
condition?
is this place seems to be built of stone. Fireboy can't burn stone down. You can't burn stone down, can you?
I mean, you could, but it would have to be quite a fair bit hotter than what's going on upstairs.
Terry's gonna like pat Seraph on the back and he's saying,
Not even Lothian can burn down stone.
What condition is everyone? Anyone injured?
No, I'm completely fine. That went a fair bit better than I expected. Sorry, I kind of panicked at the beginning there, but seems to have worked out in the best. No one took any fire, right?
I thought you did fine. Didn't even get hit by the fire.
I think disintegrating everybody that you see is probably a good way to investigate things. It's surely not going to leave you taking any damage. And I think we all fared better for that.
And you are okay, Bob?
Um, I don't know. You guys have like the actual health things, but I feel like one of the sidekicks took damage, but it was only one out of their four wounds. So overall, like I'm doing perfectly fine.
Yeah, I think funnily enough, Bob was the only one who took damage, and that was when we got ran into by the priest, right?
Sounds about right.
Yeah, I took damage when we got smashed by the priest too. Okay, so I'm not gonna heal any of you guys then. And then also I'm just gonna assume that I have like dropped my spirit guardians and everything, not knowing that there was like about to be this whole thing down here.
How long do they last for? You can hold it for 10 minutes. There's no reason to drop it early.
Well, I just think like as soon as the combat was over and we didn't know there was about to be like a bottom room down here, I just think I would have dropped concentration. So I'm just gonna play it that way. But I do appreciate it.
So you guys see like the stone staircase ahead of you. There's like the black hand on the ground. There's another tapestry on the wall ahead. You probably can't quite make out yet. But if you guys head too much further in, you'll basically see that like the black hand on the ground is a rug, as well as like the tapestry on like the east wall of this building. There's two more sconces in the room with torches like lit and inside of them, and then a set of stairs that leads off to the south.
Yeah, and I think Gale will follow Seraph's lead and cast light on his own quarterstaff as well, just to make sure.
Um, I would imagine at this point in time we've probably made a decent amount of noise. Are you thinking like sneak or just kind of like be on guard, like ready for action?
I think we, like I said, we made a fair bit of noise upstairs, so maybe just be on guard.
Yes, indeed. Proceed with caution, and this time, hold the line. He's like clearly bossing Terry around.
So you guys just like moving forward. You got a marching order. Do you have like a level of caution that you're approaching this with?
Yeah, I would say like not necessarily sneaking, but being cautious. So like pretty casual speed. And then I'm gonna keep Terry basically just like a couple feet, maybe 5 feet in front of me.
Are you using Terry as a meat shield?
Yes, he is the world's smallest meat shield.
Did you ask him that as you use Bob as meat shield?
Yeah. I mean, mine is bigger. I can hide behind Bob.
Like as soon as Seraph's not looking, like Terry's like pointing out to Bob how like he was bossing around Seraph during the fight, and Seraph was like, "Stay focused."
Oh, and before I forget, Gale will actually cast Mage Armor on himself as well, so he has that.
All right. So as you guys like step into this room and start to walk through it, you have like Bob and Terry kind of leading the group, and Seraph and Gail kind of like following behind a little bit. Each of you kind of like almost snickering at the idea that you're using the others as like shields to guard you. You're kind of like looking back, Seraph, as you like look over at Gail, and as you kind of like remark, like I'm using them as meat shields. You watch as like both of these tapestries from over this room, like one along one of the walls, and the floor itself, kind of like pick up and wrap around Gale. And um, what is that gonna be? Um, 17s on each of those to grasp at you. I think those should hit you.
Yeah. With Mage Armor, I got 15. So,
So one's gonna like strangle you for 8 points of bludgeoning damage, and the other one's going to strangle you for 10 points of bludgeoning damage, as they both kind of like wrap around Gale and start to like wring you, as if you're like dirty laundry. And Seraph is watching this. How do you guys respond?
let's see, that was 8 and 10, right? So 18.
Correct. Yep.
I'm gonna immediately use healing on Gale if I can get my hand on him.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. So you probably don't have a bonus action from there, but you heal him for.
What if could I do my action to try to like wrestle him free and then do a bonus action heal? Would that be okay?
Most certainly, yeah.
Okay, so D4 plus 7, so it's 10 total healing, and then what is it? Just a strength check?
Yep, strength athletics.
It's not great. It's a 9.
Yeah, you like start to like pull at the rug or pull at one of these pieces of tapestry to try to free Gale, and yeah, your like effort to like muttering the words of healing is taking like too much attention for you to really put in the effort to really pull this thing away. And it just continues to like hold on to him. How about from Gale inside of these things? What are you doing?
I think like I'm being shocked by this. I'm yeah, this is probably gonna be a bad idea, but I'm gonna shocking grasp them, or at least one of them. Like try to get them, see if it releases.
Gotcha. Uh, it's an attack roll, I believe. So make that roll.
So 19 plus 8.
So yeah, solid hit for sure.
Let's see, that's 2d8. Yeah. For 11 damage.
Gotcha. So yeah, like it's kind of like a weird effect here. The static like kind of like flows through this thing and seems like you've done damage to it. It's hard to like make sense of like what's really going on in the long run.
Yeah. Oh, right. How much did I heal for? From
I think you
10
said
total.
11. Oh, 10.
and that's it from Gale at least.
Gotcha. So you got Bob and Terry. Both of them want to just stab into this thing. What do you guys got them doing?
Don't you fucking think about it, Bob. You know, wrestle him free. I'm gonna instead of like he like holds up his like uh sword like he's about to stab into it. And I like give him like the shake finger, and then he's gonna try to do like a like grapple again.
Gotcha. Yep. Do a strength check.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Yep. It continues to maintain its grasp over Gale. What do you got Bob doing?
Yeah. Yeah, she's gonna try to wrestle off one of them. Let's see, but how does that work with the companions? Because she has like athletics. How do we add? Like,
It's just plus probably +6 with Bob because it should be her main stat and proficiency. So it's just +6 to the roll.
okay, let's see then. So 14.
Nope. Bob, even like feeling like with like plenty of strength like applied to like tearing this thing away, it just seems like Gale is wrapped up in these things. So yeah, Gale is going to take 7 and 5 more damage as they like ring further down into Gale. So what is that? Another 12 total. And then
Yeah,
it's gonna
Gale
go
is
back around.
unconscious.
Gotcha. That'll put Gale unconscious.
Yep.
Uh, so you'll see as they like ring into Gale again, Seraph, and this time Gale goes unconscious.
So is this like two separate carpets wrapped around him at the same time?
Yeah, basically the black carpet from the floor, and then there was a tapestry along the wall on the east side of the room. Both of those at the same time, like kind of zoomed over to and wrapped around Gale.
Okay, I got you. So I'm definitely going to heal, but I'm trying to figure out how I can cast a spell and heal also.
You probably just don't have the ability to do that besides doing a cantrip and then healing word.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to do it.
I think the other option is because you guys have sidekicks, you can use one of the sidekicks to do like their action to feed Gale one of his healing potions. But like that's going off of like the homebrew idea that Gale has two healing potions. One of them is on Gale's belt that everybody can see. So it's an action for everybody else to feed it to Gale. That's probably like the furthest you can get.
Okay, I got you. Um, so I'm just gonna yell to the sidekicks, get him out of there immediately. And I'm gonna do what you said, I guess. Well, it's up to you. What do you want to have your sidekick feed you a healing potion?
And yeah, Bob can do that.
I mean, the other option is I can just do like Sacred Flame and heal. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and do guidance on Bob to try to get him out, and then I'm going to heal.
Gotcha. You can roll for the healing word, but that will bring Gale back where you can actually react on your turn. What would you like to do with Gale as you like come to on the ground?
Yeah, I think I'll just keep doing what I did before, like shocking grasp through it. Uh,
Gotcha.
yeah,
So roll the to hit. I think it's even harsh to say that you got to roll the hit. I feel like you should have at least advantage. What is that
that's
plus though? You're over.
yeah, that's +8, so 22 to hit
Yeah, solid hit. Roll for the damage.
for 7 damage.
Gotcha. That one's still holding on. You can definitely tell that the magic's doing something. I don't know how to describe a carpet being bloodied, but the carpet's under half hit points. And then what do you guys got? Bob and Terry are both trying to tear carpets off, basically.
Yeah,
Yeah, and Bob's got guidance.
So let me get a d20 from each of them. And Bob, you can add your proficiency plus roll a d4 for guidance. So this is against Seraph.
so 26 for
Oh,
Bob then.
Um, does does Terry have strength as his proficiencies?
Primary ability is in fact strength.
Yeah, so I think Terry probably had the +6 as well. So, yeah, both of you will indeed like pull each of these tapestries off of Gale. So they're both kind of like free floating right now. Um, so they're gonna go.
Oh, and I didn't say it before, but I upcast that, and it was 16 total healing.
Gotcha. So they are going to whip on to. I think they're going for Terry and Seraph here. So against Terry, does a 20? Yeah, 20 should hit Terry, and then against Seraph, 27 should, or 25 should hit Seraph. So Terry will take 3 bludgeoning damage as 1 wraps around him, and Seraph will take 9 bludgeoning damage as 1 wraps around him. And Odd will be Seraph, is the weakened one. So the one that is weak is on Terry right now. It's going to go to Seraph and Gale. What would you guys like to do?
And we're grappled again, like wrapped up in it now.
Yeah, like it's essentially grappled for Terry and for Seraph. Yeah.
Okay, so Terry's just gonna go ape now and just start stabbing. And then he's gonna do the command, and he's gonna command Bob to get him out of there.
Um,
What is it?
word.
How is it? Allah makes a weapon attack against the target. Okay.
And Terry is kind of annoying. He also didn't specify how to get him out of there. So if you want to do a bludgeoning attack, I mean that is viable. But yeah, Terry rolled a 6, so 12 total to hit.
Uh, 12 is gonna miss. As you're bound up inside of it, you're just like struggling to get your weapons around and like basically reaching into this thing.
Okay, and then I'm gonna go ahead and do a. I guess I'll do guiding bolt. I think.
Gotcha. So normally your sidekicks have to go like after you guys. What is Seraph um and Gale doing? What are you guys doing first? Like your guiding bolt should happen before they go.
And I think Gale would try to help Seraph get out by, let's see, shocking grasp, but instead of like electric damage, fire damage.
Gotcha. So you're gonna change the damage type to fire as you try to burn this tapestry off of Seraph.
Yeah, basically thinking it's a tapestry might like help more than shocking through it.
And Seraph, you're just guiding bolts the thing that's holding on to you.
Yeah, I think I have to do it at disadvantage.
You are grappled. You are not restrained.
Yeah, but it's a spell attack, right? So isn't that?
Oh, yeah. Touche. Um, no, but is it a range attack? Yeah, it's a range attack. Yeah.
But
So
with
yeah, it is at
disadvantage, it's still
disadvantage.
18, so it's not bad.
Gotcha. That's still a hit. So roll for the damage there. And then you can give the advantage to Gale as he does the shocking grasp.
And it is 13 total damage.
Yeah, then let's see. Then he hits with 50, 20, 23 to hit for 11 damage, fire damage.
Gotcha. Roll a dexterity saving throw for me, Seraph.
It's 12 total.
Gotcha. 12 was my DC, actually. I thought it was kind of funny that you rolled 11. So yeah, you don't get like any, like, you don't get burnt as he does this. As you like blast out with the guiding bolts. You kind of like feel like this heat, like kind of all around you, as this tapestry like starts to like glow from like the light of Lothian. You then like see as it almost starts to like be consumed in embers, as it like slowly just like scathes off of you, as if like this extra skin was just being shed, and as it's like falling off in these like chunks, it's just burning up into like little like crispy pieces of like this tapestry. The like last kind of remaining visual is indeed still like the black hand of this like cult, before that too is kind of like consumed in these embers. So Seraph is freed by that. And then you had Terry attack his tapestry and then command Bob to attack it as well. So, Bob, can I get that attack from you against Terry's tapestry?
Yeah, that's a 25 to hit.
Solid hit. Roll for the damage. And that's the one that you had already damaged with Gale. Yeah, I think that is more than enough, because I think that's 11 damage that it's gonna take. Um, as like Bob is able to kind of like move forward and just like slide this blade like up over like the head of Bob into this thing, because Bob's so short, he knows how easy it is to kind of cut where Bob is not, and just kind of like opens him up like almost like a fish, where you just like cut out its belly. You just like open up this tapestry, and it kind of like falls as the magic like unbinds and like falls out. Um, and effectively, this was probably closer towards that entry stairs as like Gale stepped into the room. So it's a little bit closer to like something like that as everybody walked into the room. But you guys can kind of like, let's see. Um yeah, you guys kind of like cut these things free. Roll perception for me, please.
16 for Gale.
12 and 9. If we were supposed to roll a second one.
Gotcha. Yeah, in general, the sidekicks still count. Um Yeah, so as you guys kind of like finish like fighting off these tapestries, like attacking you, you can kind of hear like coming up the stairs to the southeast of you. There is like conversation like in the air. You can't really hear what's being said, but there appears to be people who were talking. And I'd say like on some sense, like you can basically hear like this is just a normal conversation. If you've alerted people to this place, it doesn't quite sound like it yet.
Well, I'm gonna take a moment, like as silently as possible, to like ask if everybody's okay still.
Gale just, yeah, I'm fine now. It was a bit touch and go there for a while, but
20 more to go. And I'm gonna do a heal on myself. All right, so 14 total. So I am back to full health, and I'm trying to like keep that quiet. I'll be back in there or whatever, and then just let me know when I fit back into it. I'm gonna just run really quick and take a leak.
Oh, I'm actually down to take a break real quick if you guys want to take like 5, 10, 15 minutes, but like once everybody's back, we can jump back in. But I definitely want to grab a drink and step out in the back.
Oh, okay, yeah, perfect, perfect.
yeah, see you in 10, 15 then.
All right, I'm back whenever. So
Is Chris at his computer?
Oh, when that dude threw the coins on the ground right back at the beginning or whatever, what was that? Because the goblin definitely picked him up.
Roll a D100.
32.
Roll 2d6 and a d8.
It's 1, 2, and the D8 is 4.
So 1 copper, 2 silver, 4 gold.
Oh shit, I'm not even mad at that guy now. You should have told me. Almost let my temper get the best of me. Hey, go work for him. It's been a while since I played with him, so I can't actually remember. I think I lost my gold when we got. Oh no, wait, he went and saved me from when we got captured. I don't know, but as soon as I like logged in, I went and checked to see how much gold he had, and it was like 2 copper and 1 silver. I'm like, oh my god, he's the only character who's
I
more
think you
full.
were there for buying Dem out of slavery. So I think you were with Davros and Malchin with Seraph.
Hello, I'm back.
Yeah, I can't
What
remember.
up?
I just thought it was really funny that he was like the only person with less gold than Jinx has. What's up, buddy?
Yeah, I can't remember quite why you were so poor with him. It may just be like you've like played him so little too.
Oh yeah, I'm not worried about it. I don't have anything to spend gold on. I mean, I've thought about selling his magic weapon.
Well, that's definitely one of those weird things where there's definitely reasons to get rid of them and use the gold for other stuff when you're like super low level, because that's when gold means the most versus it's kind of always useful. But yeah. Um so again, just kind of a reminder, you guys basically hear like a little bit of a conversation coming from the hall ahead of you. There's basically a double staircase leading down further deeper under the city. This same kind of like stone structure. You just like basically cut off slash burned up two of these tapestries, having moved into this place. What do you guys have in mind?
Well, I basically just healed myself back up to full, and then I guess if we still have time, do we want to try to like curve around the corner and see if we can surprise them when they come around? Sort of like get out of the way of like the peripherals, so by the time they like come up, we're like right there, basically.
My bad. I don't know if we lost Chris after he said he was back.
Oh, I'm still here.
It's only the two of you, so you got a plan with Justin.
I mean, you're more like ranged stuff anyway, but I was just thinking, instead of like jumping out and letting them see us from like 20 or 30 feet away, at least this way, like, if they decide to run or help, we have like a second to attack them.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Gel could stay like a little bit more back. Yeah, more like that. And
And then probably just wait to hear if they like footsteps getting closer. Do they seem like they're getting louder, etc.?
yeah, we heard them talking, right? Like, can we make out the words they're saying, or
Nope, too far away. You basically hear like conversation, far more than you actually like hear the language.
All right.
General point is to take away that like there's a conversation happening. These are not necessarily people who seem like excited and yelling towards you to figure out what's going on. It's kind of that you hear a sign that currently status quo is going on.
So I guess if they don't feel like they're getting closer or anything like that, I'm not really worried about like surprising them so much as essentially just like taking that time to kind of recoup. Do we want to try to just run out there? Do we want to try to like quietly like sneak? I am in heavy armor, so it might not be great, but
I mean, if they don't know we're here yet, probably would be wiser if we didn't announce we're here.
yeah.
At least
So so do you want to do like sneak as good as we can?
yeah.
Gotcha. So I believe you guys have heavy armor on 3 of your characters. I think everybody but Gale is in heavy. I guess never mind. A Reaver though should be unarmored, so
Yeah, both of us are in heavy armor.
Yeah, I think the Reaver actually
that's it.
says,
Yeah,
yeah,
he's
medium.
medium. Oh, and he has athletics. Oh wait, you already said that. So yeah, it is a stealth check will be, like a flat D20 for Bob, disadvantage for Terry, disadvantage for Seraph, and then a flat roll for Gale, depending on whether you have like stealth or not. But let me get a group stealth check here.
So Seraph's gonna look at Terry and he's gonna say, Terry, don't fuck this up for us. And he's gonna reach out his hand and then I'm gonna do guidance on myself.
Oh yeah, Terry, don't fuck this elf. Lothian, bless me. How about me over here? I gotta walk in
Yeah,
shit too.
Gale got a 5 total and Bob got a 7 total.
Gotcha. And what do you have from Seraph? Oh man, come
So
on with the nat one.
disadvantage is a natural one. So I'm just not gonna roll anything else. We'll just assume whatever the worst case scenario is, it has happened.
But wait though, that was just for Seraph though, right? Those were your first 2 rolls.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, let me still see because that inspires you. If you roll another nat one, you could give Chris like Gale inspiration. So 14 and
Well it would be a
well, he should be
2.
disadvantaged too um with Terry. Yeah, because he's in heavy. Yeah, so a 4. All right, so at least you can gain inspiration with Seraph there, even if it doesn't actually help you in the long run. So yeah, as you guys basically kind of like start walking down the stairs, you're basically going to hear, kind of like from this conversation ahead of you. There's someone coming down the stairs, and then you hear like another voice, like "Halt! Who goes there?" And then like a third person's gonna kind of call out, like, "Come slowly." So who's kind of like leading down the stairs? I assume you're going for the same thing with the meat shield.
Yeah, I feel like with natural one, I've like fallen down the stairs and I'm like prone or something. Something terrible happened.
I mean, in the long run, that's kind of effectively these guys being aware. I feel like that's one of those things where I like having fun extra rolls about critical fails, nat ones. but you're still a hero and still an adventurer. Like you're not a complete failure at life, kind of thing. I think one of the best ways I ever heard it described is sometimes it's better to like have like some stuff that's like environmental, just like the clinging of your armor against the stone. It's not even like your body armor is ringing out. It's like your actual shoes, like snapping a twig. I don't know. It's like too much sometimes to say like, oh yeah, you trip and you're making a bunch of noise. But I'm a rogue.
Some of my dangly bits got caught on the stone.
So you guys are kind of like coming down the staircase, and um, Terry probably has a view of the room ahead where he can see like two guys kind of straight ahead of you, a couple of tables like in this like what seems like very quickly common room. There's like black cans that sit there with candles like burning out of each hand or out of each finger. And then like two stairs that lead down further to the south, but like further down as well, staircases downward. And then you probably still see the first signs of a like a storage slash other room to the left, and there or rather to the west, and there are doors, double doors to the east. And again, that's mostly what Terry sees. As you guys get down that second staircase, I would say you see more and more of this. The people up behind Terry probably all are seeing more or less just kind of like the figures at the base here and little bits of those tables. So what do you have in mind as you kind of like hear them like kind of responding to the noise you're making, and they kind of call out, and you very quickly have two of them in view beneath you.
So I guess I'll just look over at Gail and I'm just gonna say like under my breath, right together.
All right.
So like I guess I'll blast a sacred flame whenever I see Gail like setting up for an attack.
Gotcha. So you're gonna hold your action to attack whatever Gale strikes.
Whenever Gail chooses to attack, I'm gonna attack the one that's closest to me, like straight down.
Okay, gotcha. You're waiting for him to strike, and you're just gonna strike that one.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not waiting to see which or what attack because I don't know what he. Uh,
Gotcha. Are you ready? What is Gale doing?
Yeah, I think when Gale gets to, like the basically where Terry are now, like that second part of the stairs where you can see them, seeing as Seraph told him we attack together, he's gonna launch a firebolt at. He's probably just gonna launch it like straight down, so towards the what is the half orc?
Gotcha. Yeah, I think one of them is kind of just dressed typical human, and I think the other one you probably see some green skin.
Yeah, that's just normal roll, no disadvantage or anything, right?
No, just make the roll. What do you got?
A 19 to hit.
Yeah, you see it like fly like close to the ceiling and just slam into his like head and like part way into his neck as the fire like sears into him. Roll the damage.
8 fire damage.
Again, it like just like sears like through like his bones and like into his rib cage, and you see his like his like lungs are like open to the air. It's like there's a massive chunk of his flesh that's just burned away, and that guy just falls dead to the ground.
Gale is definitely as a shoot first, ask questions never, apparently.
And then from Sarah.
It's 15 dex save.
He is going to kind of like leap to the side as he like sees the like fire burning down into his friend. He like leaps to the side right as the light like starts to glow above his head, and it just like sears through the bricks at his feet. But he kind of like rolls to the side from your sidekick.
I think I'll probably just have to like dash.
Gotcha. They're at a little bit too far of a distance. So yeah, you could either close distance and like run in there, or you can just go your normal 30. Um, you could go 30, hold an action, or you could go 30 and dodge. Like going 30 and holding the action at least gives you, an attack.
I'm gonna dash and jump up on the table like a beast.
Gotcha. How about from Bob?
Yeah, I think Bob is basically doing the same, just rushing in, getting into position.
Gotcha. Yeah, so as each of you kind of like rush down into this area, um, you see like as they like see you guys, these first two like do start like running. So you kind of like catch this guy like almost falling as he like picks up into a run to dash forward. You see this person's already like running out of the side view, and he's gonna kind of come up behind. And this guy's like almost running up towards the others like before even kind of like you guys take that ground. Um, so as the one who is like in view, is like dashing forward, he is actually going to strike out at Terry. With a 19 should be a hit. Terry just needs to make his normal save. Basically, like I think roll above, I think 5 or above, he saves.
Terry out here doing just enough.
Yeah, I think the other one's actually gonna do kind of a similar thing, kind of striking down towards Bob. Um, Oh, you actually rolled and saved. And then the one striking out at Bob is going to miss with 11. As these guys like draw swords and they like strike out, you can very quickly see like these two figures are underclassed for what you guys are bringing. It's going to go back to you guys. What do you have in mind?
I think Gale will just firebolt again at the one who missed Bob.
Gotcha. So the one that like kind of came out of nowhere, you're just going to sling another fire bolt at him. Roll for that. And what's Seraph doing?
19 to hit.
Solid hit.
Sacred flaming that same guy again. This once, shame on me. This twice.
Um, yeah, I just have a 10 there, so that's another fail. Roll the damage,
Yeah, it was
and you got
12.
12 with Gale's firebolt.
Yeah.
So that's gonna sear through this one in a pretty similar and like catastrophic way. Just like it burns through his flesh and like into his organs as you like melt away like a huge part of this person in like the plasma of this bolt. And Sarah, if you got 7 damage.
Yes, sir.
This guy is like consumed in a ball of light as like the light of Lothian kind of like comes down around him. It just like hits his flesh, and you see is like all of his flesh like almost like burns away into ashes, but it's like perfectly like white light here. Like you can kind of see like the evil like the ebon hand is being like cleansed, but it's cleansed through fire. And this guy's just like screaming alive until his flesh just like or his whole body just like drops limp to the ground. So inside of the actual room, you guys can see this is like a little bit of a dining hall. You've got a room to the east with a double door, and then 2 more staircases. One leads south, and it's on the east side of the room. One leads south, and it's on the west side of the room. And then you can kind of like hear like the roar of a fire coming from that little storage room. It's basically like a kitchen and like a dining hall here.
I'll go check the corner over there, and I'm gonna have Perry search some pockets.
Gotcha. What corner are you thinking with Seraph? Okay, you're going into the kitchen. Gotcha. And then you can make an investigation with Terry.
I'm gonna guide Terry on the way by if I could.
Gotcha. Yeah, you can instruct him to do a good job as he searches. So he feels like a little bit of warmth. Terry might like look to you and he's like,
Fuck off with that Lothian shit.
Are you hearing his call? Soon, Terry. Soon.
what did you get for his investigation?
So it was 14 total.
Gotcha. You can roll a D100.
25.
Most of these guys don't really have anything on them. And by most, I mean 2 of these 3. But one of them has like a little like golden hand that you can see like it's being formed roughly out of gold. And this person seems to just be kind of like reshaping it when they have a chance almost. It's very like goblin in the fact that it's a work in progress. But you can kind of see signs that like every time they can like tap on it and like hammer it into position, they try to like re-burn it so it's like a black hand again, that there's like soot on the outside of the gold. So there's like signs of kind of like cloth almost being pressed into it and then like singed and burnt, like so it can have ashes like applied to the outside. But you find a ebon hand and it is worth about 8 gold. Looking around, you actually see um like Terry would kind of like look around and see like it's remarkably similar to like the hands that sit on these tables and operate as like candelabras for these tables. As far as Seraph goes, kind of like looking around into the kitchen, roll like a perception for me. Unless you think you're just like throwing stuff aside, you could do an investigation if you throw stuff like move stuff.
So just 11 perception. He was more just making sure there was no other people in there.
Yeah, I think you round that corner. You see there's like some food kind of set aside. Um, you might see the first signs that like this food isn't necessarily unfit for eating. It's probably not the cleanest of kitchens that Seraph has ever looked into. Um, but it's definitely not one of those things where this is like clear, like rotten food or clear filth. This is actual human food. But like it doesn't necessarily catch your attention other than that.
I'll just like yell back, all clear over here. Keep moving.
Well, where do we want to go then? Keep going down the stairs or into wherever these doors lead?
I hadn't even noticed the doors. Can go that way. And as we kind of come down here, are both these stairways going down?
Yeah, like there's a stair on the east and a stair on the west side.
Yeah, so I would basically just gather back up and agree that we could just do the doors now if you want.
Gotcha, just kind of like moving forward, pushing the doors open and like walking on in. You guys like going to try to be stealthy, trying to check, see if there's traps. What kind of thoughts do you have about how you're approaching those doors?
I would think it would be more like a sort of like on three type thing, like one, two, three, and then like two people open the doors and then potentially attack if they're there. So maybe like the peasants grab the doors, and then like we could potentially do the same ranged attack type deal if there's somebody waiting when we open them.
So first they were Mitchells, now they're peasants.
Assistants, proteges, they have many names.
Valuable helpers? I mean, I could do a little ritual of detect magic just to see like if there's anything around here, so there's no more rocks attacking us or anything like it.
Perhaps we should find a better place. It takes some time, does it not? I'm familiar with rituals, but I don't have any of my own.
I mean, just like above table, I had to say this, or no, Gelgo, I could once at least do a quick ritual. Won't take long, so it would
Like,
basically just take the action of
yeah,
doing it.
yeah, you can
Mm.
cast the spell. If you cast it ritually, it takes extra 10 minutes, but it doesn't use a spell slot. But you can always cast the spell.
Yeah, no, I from Order of the Scribe, I have like awakened spellbook ritual spells, and once per long
Oh,
rest,
right.
I can do like a ritual without doing the added 10 minutes.
Yeah, I was like fully RPing, but also like do whatever you want. I literally don't have any rituals, but I didn't know all your special rules. So I think this is a perfect moment to kind of like show off if you wanted.
Yeah, so with that, Gale will just go. I could do a quick little ritual and just like do the awakened spellbook ritual.
The actually moment.
Basically,
That's awesome.
It's 30 feet with detect magic, right?
Yeah, and it's blocked by like 1 foot of stone, inch of common metal, lead, and 3 foot of wood or dirt.
Yeah. So I think when you pop detect magic, you're pretty much going to see that this place isn't really using magic. At present, you're not going to see anything giving off signs of magical spells other than essentially what you guys are carrying. So I think like the two potions that you have, and then Seraph's mace, I think is the magical mace we were talking about. Other than those three objects, though, nothing's going to be magical here.
Ah, don't detect any magic except for what we brought with us. So there's that at least.
Safe then to proceed. And I'll give them the signal and have them pop the doors.
Gotcha. So they're basically pushing open these doors and like rushing in, like yelling for battle,
I mean, I
like
like to
getting
think
hyped.
that they're not going to yell, but I have a feeling they're going to yell.
Well, tell me what you're thinking. Like, if they see anything, they're gonna yell. Are they? I feel like it's asking what energy level are they pushing open the door.
I think the plan is to have them open the doors like fairly aggressively, and then
That's
like
why I feel like there's a yell following because it is like a fairly aggressively.
yeah, yeah, for sure. I totally agree. I mean, it's not like we've been like super sneaky or anything, and we have a goblin and a lizard woman, so I would expect like some degree of yelling at any point in time.
Gotcha. So as you guys are like pushing open this door, almost like you're expecting like this is a double door. It might seem a little bit special like here. I feel like you guys are expecting this to be something. Can you tell me what it is right now? Like, are you expecting like this to be a bedroom, like a ritual room, like treasure room?
I would think a double door on the other side of that door is probably going to be like some like great hall or like an important like meeting room or something like.
Gotcha. So yeah, as they're like pushing open, hoping to see or expecting to see like this great hall, you're like looking for it to be what, like 60 feet long, 100. You think it's just like 20 foot? How big do you think the great hall is?
Oh, I mean, I would figure massive, at least as big as the room we're in right now. If this is just like the regular old room where people are eating, I would imagine the fancy room is like massive.
Gotcha. So yeah, like they basically push into this door, and you guys are kind of expecting like this is a massive room ahead of you, and they like go through and are essentially starting to like yell at the very like prospect, slamming open these doors, and you guys are basically going to see that you are at the top of a massive like underground cathedral. It gets taller by going down. Ahead of you is like 40 feet of stairs just going down. And then there's like another set of stairs that kind of like flank this like little central hallway looking towards where there's basically like a child who's like almost levitating in the air with like purple kind of like black lightning kind of extending out of her body. And behind her is a priest who's holding out like one black hand and is like chanting into it, where two more priests are like on each flank, kind of standing above. But they are probably at this point about 100 feet away. This is a massive cathedral underground. And
I totally thought you were about to say that was like a closet. It was like 5 foot by 5 foot.
Well, part of why I wanted to get the energy level of you is I wanted to see how far these guys are actually going, because they're not going to be like stunned to kind of like step into this place. They're like running down these stairs.
Oh yeah, I totally think that's viable. I just mean like the build up, like the way we were like building it up, and you're like, "What are you expecting?" And I'm like, "This massive room and like all this," and then I'm like, "It's probably like a broom closet now."
So they'll see even more kind of like this like hall like up above into the side where there's like massive like open space in this area. The entire kind of like carpentry and like setup of this place is like really ornate, like stonework. But when you get into this room, the floor almost like kind of flows if it's like hot magma, but it's not actually like burning you. And like once they're actually kind of running over it, you can kind of see that the floor is actually like pulsing with blood, and there's not really like veins and arteries, like where it's like flowing in given paths, but it's like almost like the blood's just kind of like following veins and arteries that aren't there. You're not like slushing around in blood, it's inside of the stone, but this whole place is like pulsing with like some sort of life, and this bloodstone is kind of like the whole area. And again, that girl just like levitates in the black purple lightning. But they're gonna kind of start it off as they push in and rush forward. I'm gonna have you two starting off like behind them here and kind of following them. Um, and the others just kind of like in a moment of shock are effectively going to be surprised there. So it's going to start off with the two of you here kind of responding to the rest of this happening.
Yeah, I think Gale will follow in as well. So let's see. What can I get? 5, 10. Like top of the stairs. Let's see. That's like 115 feet from where I am, but that's a height difference as well. Would you say that that's within 120 feet to Firebolt, the
My
one
bad.
above the
I
shop?
didn't see where you were looking at.
Oh, the priest, I think, like north of the shield.
Yeah, isn't it 150 feet on Fireball?
Yeah, it's 120 feet.
Okay, yeah, so you probably like quite literally just can't hit the last one. But that's also where the point has to be. So are you putting the point just north of that guy?
Oh, firebolt, not fireball.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, you can definitely shoot a firebolt at that dude.
Run that one.
Just slams into the actual like stonework of the staircase on that north side, but you gain inspiration from rolling a one. How about from Seraph? Do you have something you're going to lead off with here?
Don't really have rain.
So you could sprint and cover another 30 feet, or you could do something like dodging.
Yeah, maybe a buff spell. What I have noticed, are you, Chris, are you using attacks that um would benefit from bless? Because I don't want to bless the NPCs and not bless you. But if you're not using anything that requires a hit roll, I won't.
I
I
mean,
think you've
seen
seen
me.
him do
Yeah, it's seen.
both.
Yeah, both.
Oh, it's saving throws too. So yeah, it'll definitely benefit you anyway. Okay, so I'm gonna upcast that and bless all four of us.
Gotcha.
And that'll be it for me. I don't have a bonus action.
So you both can basically do what you would like with the with your sidekicks then. Oh wait, is it only 30 feet on Bless? Are they within 30 feet of you guys? What's the distance on Bless?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 30.
Well, how about this? Let's throw it back. You can still burn that spell slot, but you bless them before they bust open that door.
Yeah, that's good. Or potentially like, because this is kind of happening at the same time or whatever. They like didn't get that far ahead of us. But yeah, I'm okay with whatever. I mean,
Yeah, well, I'd rather do it where it's in hindsight, like before they smash open the door, you cast Bless on all four of you. Is that what you did?
yeah, that's right. Yep.
And then on this turn, I'm still gonna put it to you. Like you still have an action, so you could dash to make up some more distance, or you could like dodge, but you still have your action.
Okay, that's what's up. And then the uh goblin will just keep going forward. Terry will.
Gotcha. So you could do 30 or 60 if you're dashing. And what is Bob doing?
Yeah,
He's
Bob.
gonna do 30. Oh, sorry. Go.
Oh, okay. Bob is going like 60, dashing all she can.
Terry's gonna go 30 and then dodge. Unless you want to coordinate them, but that's what I was planning on doing as soon as you mentioned it.
I feel like Bob's the barbarian. It kind of makes sense just exactly how you guys did it.
Yeah, I like
The
it too.
fighters being strategic, the barbarians just rushing in. Alrighty. So I am going to. My bad. I was doing something else and got distracted. All right. So one of the priests is going to kind of start to like almost like lift up their robes as they kind of run like up and away. I think they're gonna run up and behind uh what is that, Bob? And they are going to reach out and try to like they kind of like yell out these command words as again you see them like reach out with a cold like dead black hand. And I'm gonna try to 21 should hit Bob and do I think 3d10, no, 4d10, so it's a DC 20 constitution. So I think you need to roll a 14 or higher or Bob is going to lose 4 wounds, which essentially puts Bob out. So that's going to be an 18 and is
Oh,
going to fail.
wait. That's had bless, right? And that's saving throws. Does they work on this one?
Oh
So
yeah. God, that's one of the interesting ones. Yeah, roll a d4.
a 4.
Gotcha. That's one of the biggest areas where I feel like the sidekicks are broken is when you start to add bless into it like that.
Well, you could like still have it so he like lost three, but he's like still conscious, but has one left or somewhere in between.
Yeah, take like half damage instead. Like,
Yeah, it's no worries. I just think it's one of those things where in the long run, it's kind of like questionable um as to like where it sits. Because it's weird because I have to roll to hit you, and then you have a saving throw whether you take some or all. It's more part of me saying this is where these guys fail. But they're still so much better than keeping track of a full character. Um the other one. Yeah, I think he's gonna rush forward. And as you see him like kind of like running, you see that like his like feet are almost like leaving behind like some sort of like sludge and like goo. And as he like comes forward to actually like smash into you with his like normal attack, it's like just it's an actual weapon, but you see like where his right hand like kind of meets the sword, there's like massive pustules, and like as he's like swinging his arm and like hits into you, one of the like pustules on his hand like almost like continues with the momentum and like tears apart, and this like ooze like flies all over you. And he too is going to run for, give him a small chance at Bob. No, he's gonna or at Terry, but he's gonna go for Bob and try to hit him. Big on that one as he just kind of like slips on his own sludge, and misses Bob, even technically with advantage, like that advantage of sorts, because you guys can do the +2 flanking. Um, and then the guy holding the other creature is or holding like this little girl like in the lightning, kind of like keeps one hand out as he like keeps kind of like his like lightning kind of flowing through this girl. And as he kind of steps forward, he is going to um, first bring down a beam of light onto um, what is that? Terry. Can you roll a dexterity saving throw for Terry? Um, Wisdom 13. My bad. I don't know why I said dexterity.
A 19 total.
Gotcha. And then he is going to try to. Oh, I
Is
should
that
have
an
looked at
all
the
or none?
distance.
Or?
Yeah, yeah, my bad. That was his cantrip. Yeah, I think he's kind of distance locked on this, so he's going to cast a spiritual weapon at at Terry. And he is going to slash at Terry. Um yeah, go for that right there. And big ol' miss. Solid 1 and a 2 from him for his rolls. And it's gonna go back around to you guys. What would you like to do?
So yeah, I'll just keep sloshing forward over here. And then I'm gonna level a sacred flame at the one that's closest to us. Or you know what? I'll go for the one that's like on Bob, but like north east.
Northeast of Bob. Gotcha. Bob, that's the one with the pustules all over it.
Yeah, that's perfect. Just in case range could be an issue. So yeah, I'll do that. and then that is a Dex 15.
Gotcha. That was a Sacred Flame?
Sacred Flame, 4 damage.
Ouch.
There's more where that came from. But that is it. I don't have a bonus action.
What would you like to do with Gale?
Yeah, Gale is gonna use a second level. What are they called? Magic missile. Just for fun, I'm gonna turn it into like ice missiles at the priest that was holding the girl.
Gotcha. That's like 120 feet, or is it longer on that on magic missiles?
No, that's 120 feet, and it's still
Gotcha.
like just a 1d4 +1.
Gotcha. He's like right in the distance. Did you move like right to the right distance, or?
Oh, I moved in, so he's like 95 feet away from me now.
Gotcha.
Do you want me to roll all the 1d4s or just one?
Yeah. What level are you casting it at?
At level 2, so that's 4.
Gotcha. Yep. Roll 4d4. So it'll be 11 total damage.
Yep, that's like instead of like force missiles coming in like ice missiles just into him. And that should be it for Gale. No bonus actions.
All right, so you see as these like ice missiles hit into the like furthest away priest, as like the sparks of like this purple black lightning kind of like almost like skip a beat, and like this girl like falls the 5 feet to the ground, and immediately her flesh starts to tear, and like massive like arms kind of like sprout out of her back, where now she has like 4 different arms, and you see as like one of her legs like snaps in half as it gets longer, but the other one doesn't, and her torso is still tiny, but these massive arms are like sprouting out of her that are almost larger than her torso itself, and the girl herself is just screaming in agony as this happens to her body, before like a moment of silence kind of sits. And never actually had you guys roll for initiative because it was kind of just split here. But I want you guys to roll initiative here. Who has the highest initiative bonus out of you two? My bad. I was going to get to that effect, that it's effectively just one of you who's going to decide it.
Mine is +1.
Yeah, mine is +2.
Gotcha. So let me have Gale roll initiative here.
17, so 19 total.
All right, I rolled a nat 20 on mine, but I'm pretty sure I don't have a dexterity. Yep, so it's gonna go first. As she basically kind of like is free. Um, yeah, she's going to charge at Bob. And she is going to first bite at Bob. And she's going to miss with a 12. And then she's going to try to claw into Bob. 17 hits him, right? The lowest, that 10 is a 17.
Yeah, that hits.
Gotcha. So he needs 2 different Constitution saving throws. 7 or better. He's basically the 10. Um, oh, you know, it actually is the 7 or better. So you're basically like not rolling a 1 here for both of these con saves from him.
So 17
So he's
and an 11.
So yeah, as like this thing kind of just like is like reaching out, like one of her arms is still like a little child's arm that's like clawing into him. She's got 2 of these massive arms like coming out of her back as well. They're like massive green arms. Um, but this child is very quickly kind of like clearly in an unfinished form. As far as things go, there's like half of a little girl who's still screaming, and she's like biting into Bob as she's trying to tear him apart with her like 1 foot long arm just as much as the others. Um, and then it's gonna go to you guys. My bad. I don't think I had you start your turn. Did I just completely lose track of things there?
Yeah,
Oh,
because
well, I
it's
think the sidekicks were like in the middle of acting, maybe.
Yeah, she gets released and she's not gonna act yet. She's gonna do that before. My bad. I got completely distracted. You guys freed her on Gale's turn. And that's the end of your characters. My bad. I got super like stoked for that and then got distracted. It actually is going straight to the sidekicks. Technically, you don't know that she's like freed right now.
yeah, I think Bob would just like attack the. Let's go for the one like left of her. So let's see, that's what she would have done. For an 18 to hit,
Solid hit.
or 7 damage.
Gotcha. So I don't know if you've heard this, Justin, but we've been doing the flanking rule. If you go to the opposite side of that guy with Terry, you can actually get a +2 flanking bonus. Oh, or if you went to the opposite side. I mean, like attacking from here, or technically attacking from there.
Oh yeah, I mixed up which token was who. I was thinking it was the other way around. Yeah, I got you. So Bob, yeah, that's perfect.
It's also understandable if you accidentally attack Bob for being a lizard folk.
No, the red border on Bob psyched me out, and I thought he was a bad guy. But I'm getting his back. So sometimes the whirl of battle.
Gotcha. So you can, well, actually, technically, if you wanted, you could do your command move, or you can make an attack.
I only have one more command left, so I'm gonna wait. 18 plus 6, so 24 total.
Gotcha. 24 is a hit.
So it's 9 total damage. And like as he runs away, like full on knowing he's like just dumping the spiritual weapon on Seraph. Like, good luck.
Um, so yeah, that's where, no, it's still not breaking loose. Um, Alrighty. You are going to see the priest who was like holding lightning into the girl, is going to like shout out some commands. Anybody speak infernal? Or not infernal. I think shit. What is that fucking
Abyssal?
Yeah, abyssal sounds right.
Yeah, no, not Gale.
I only speak English and Vedic.
Gotcha, yeah. So he calls out like in a language you guys don't really pick up. As he is going to like move to the southeast, and then he's going to um yeah, manipulate the door. As he steps through, the door is going to slam shut behind him. And then Let's see. I think gonna go with the first priest with the pustules. Is going to strike out at Bob. Um, what's that? It's a 13 to hit. I feel like I needed a 15 to hit you.
Yeah, 15 to hit.
And then the other one is gonna strike out at um at Terry. Doing pretty similar. Both of them are reaching out with those like dead black hands. And I think that's a 13 to hit as well, which is another miss. As they basically are trying to like reach out to like hold you back. The girl is gonna then mutate and like strike out at Terry or at Bob. And then it's gonna go back around to you guys. My bad, I got confused there.
We deal with the girl or follow the priest?
I'll try to do something with the girl, and Gale will try to, not really knowing if this will help, but dispel magic on the girl. See if that does anything.
Uh, I think that has you rolling a test, which I think is pretty similar to a spell attack. But I think you're basically making a check.
Yeah, it says like 10 plus the spell level, the DC. So let's see. And that's an ability check. Bless doesn't work on those, right?
It's not actually a spell attack, so I don't believe so.
Yeah, it just says attacks and ability saving throws. Yeah.
Yeah, no, so that's just an 8 then. Because I don't think that's using like any modifiers. Nope. Just a pure d20. So 8. Oh wait, no, it is like ability check using your spellcasting ability. So that should be my intelligence then. So 8 plus 5.
Yeah, it's plus your intelligence. Yeah, so I think you rolled a 13.
Yeah, 13.
Oh, wait, did you say you went in the door at the bottom?
Yeah, he went to the southeast.
Okay, so Seraph is going to run and then dash for a total of 60. And along the way, I'm going to bonus action drop my spiritual weapon um, right in the cluster there. Because that is not actually concentration. I forgot. And it will be upcast at level 3. I'm not sure if that matters, but that's the only slot I have high enough.
I'm pretty sure spiritual weapon is every other spell level, so I don't think level 3 helps. I
It
don't.
says, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
It's weird and funny because it's a second level spell, and it says at higher levels, when you cast this spell using a spell slot of third level or higher, the damage increases by a d8. So it sounds like it will go up an extra d8. But it says the damage increases by an extra d8 for every 2 slots above second. Oh, wait, so hang on.
That's the point, is if it's worded because yes, you can spend a third level slot to do it, but it in fact does nothing because it goes up a d8 for every slot 2 levels above second.
Yeah, that's worded so weird. But yeah, okay. So I'm just basically, I just don't have a second level slot. So that's the only reason I'm.
Yep. So you can make the attack with that as you will. I don't think the dispel magic is going to evidently do anything to the girl at this point. I think you are going to. Let me have you roll an insight check, or just not insight, intelligence check rather. Oh, that's what it can be. Arcana. Roll an Arcana.
Oh, okay, yeah. So 28.
Gotcha. So as you dispel this magic, um, and I don't mean to be incredibly dark about this, but you're going to come to light to recognize that had you dispelled the magic while the spell was being cast on her, you might have saved her. There might have been a chance. But you interrupted the spell while the creature was invited into her body. This perversion is now permanent. Her life is gone. The magic of like this demon inside of her is effectively permanent. And it's because it's not a finished process. Like it's just kind of the weird aspect of how you interrupted it. Like as you go to dispel this, this is just going to be an odd sense of the weave that you're able to kind of like pull out of this, like the ways those spells interacted. And in particular, I would point this towards like this is something like close to sort of like the use of um dark deities that you guys have experienced with like Mauchin, with Jinx, kind of like Chaos Tech adjacent, where this is effectively like um, invoking demons, opposite to like where like Seraph might invoke a god. These people are like bringing forth demons in certain ways like this. But yeah, I think you'll basically have a pretty kind of dark reckoning to see like child was in a terrible way regardless. But the way things happened, there's probably nothing that you can do at this point. And I think is kind of a classic caveat because I feel like a lot of people do understand that wishes exist in the world. It's one of those things to recognize. This is kind of one of those classic. There's a lot of things that won't help, but wish is one of the few things that will help.
The
But
spiritual weapon was 14 to hit for 2 damage total, if it hits.
gotcha. I think 14 is below what it takes to hit them. Yeah, these guys are pretty well armored. The 14 is below a hit. Not really any sound interaction because the spiritual weapon doesn't really exist. But I think that should take us to both of your sidekicks.
Yeah, I think Bob will just continue attacking the one to her left. Just try to get that guy down. Giving a gel as soon she swings into him. Let's see. Yeah, and I don't think 10 will hit then.
You do have the blast bonus, maybe, or flanking, or is flanking only for the one person?
Flanking is for anybody who's doing it. So right now, both of your sidekicks are effectively flanking that guy between them. So that's a +2, and then the +6. But you said you rolled a 10.
Yeah, 10,
Yeah,
so
you can't roll high enough then with
mm,
a possible +6. You couldn't get high enough with a 16. How about from Terry?
Terry's going to use his command ability to attack the guy in front of him, and then he's going to tell Bob, uh, look out behind you, and tell them to attack the girl instead.
I think he has to attack your target. I think he attacks the same thing.
yeah, it is against the same target. Because it's the target of the signature attack.
Okay, I got you. So then he'll move over then and attack the girl too, and say, focus on the big one.
Gotcha. That priest is going to swing out at. Oh, Terry doesn't necessarily have to leave its realm. Word doesn't matter. I miss anyways. Um. So yeah, you can. You could flank around the troll though, still, or around the girl. My bad.
So it's a dirty 20 for Terry to hit.
Solid hit. Roll for damage.
Yeah.
11 damage.
27 for Bob.
27 is a solid hit.
Yeah, and she did 5 damage.
Gotcha. Yeah. So that's gonna go to. Alrighty. So. One of these with all the pustules is going to peel away from Bob. Would you like to make a reaction with Bob to attack that character?
Yeah, she would. So yeah, she'll attack. Let's see. Run at 20.
Let's go, Bob.
Gotcha. Roll for damage.
So that is what is 13 plus 15 then, right? Because it's max damage from the crit.
What is he? The 2d6 damage, or does he have a d12?
Oh, it's the D12 plus 3.
Yeah, so he does 15 plus another d12, and you rolled a 10 on that. So he'll
Yeah.
do 25.
Okay. Oh no, it's 10 plus 3. So
Yeah, but the plus 3 only happens one time.
oh, okay.
So it's the 12 plus 3 is like the 15 plus another d12.
Oh, okay. That
Roll a d10 for me.
Three.
This is going to be for system shock. This person is like damn near dead, but effectively you didn't do all of their hit points, but you are knocking them unconscious. So they are going to fall over unconscious. Effectively, they are at 0 hit points. But this is just one of the things. This is why I like System Shock. Is like massive hits. You were 1 point away from killing the person, but the way System Shock works, they are effectively dead anyways. Because you knock them unconscious at 0 hit points.
Cool.
So they like step out and start to actually like cast a spell towards Seraph and are knocked unconscious and incapable of kind of finishing that spell. And then the other one is going to try to still smash down with their like black ebon hand into Bob. And I think that one is 18 to hit.
Then that will hit.
Is the 16 a hit on Bob?
Oh, if it's 60, yeah, that still hits.
Gotcha. So can you make a Constitution save for me?
Less worked on this, so 7 plus.
Plus 6 is 13. That is in fact the DC. So you do save. But I need you to. You're going to continue this save. So right now, you have 1 save, and you need 3 to end this condition. Let me see if I can find a marker for you. Bam! There's a marker right there. Poisoned. It's not quite poisoned, but he does like infect you. Wait, this is not the pustule one. My bad. That's the wrong cast guy. Yeah, I'm just gonna deal damage to you. Make a save. Don't roll like a 1, 2, or 3.
10. So 16.
Yeah, so no effect on him there. And it's gonna go back around to the girl then. She's gonna stick to you guys, and she's gonna attack 6, I think, is Terry. So she just kind of like spins on Terry, and she's gonna try to bite into him. Should be successful with a 20. And her damage is um 7. So I think that's a don't roll like a 1 kind of thing. And then it's gonna claw into her as well. Uh, what is it? The 8 is a 15 to hit Terry.
He's 18 armor.
Yeah, so neither of those are gonna hit. As it claws into her, or it claws into Terry. And it's gonna go back to your main characters. What would you guys like to do?
So I'll finish covering the distance to the door, and then I'm gonna uh, whatever how to get into it or exit push pull.
Make a perception check.
Natural 20 or 27.
27. So you quickly like get to the door behind him, and it's like sealing shut, and you can basically see like this isn't like a secret door. This is an escape hatch secret door. There is a key to this door, and that key gets you through here. But without the key, there's little else that you can do. You can try to pick the lock, but effectively what it is it's kind of one of those things like this is a supremely hard lock to pick because it is effectively just like an escape hatch kind of thing.
And like it's sealing shut, is that like a magical effect that's going on, like a stone shape type thing, or is it?
I'd say it's almost like more kind of like the Predator chamber in like the first Aliens versus Predator, where there's like massive stone movements going on. It's more like this thing's gonna like slam shut. Were you to put your hand in it, you're just gonna get like your hand crushed off, kind of thing. So I would say there's a certain sense of it's kind of a magical effect, just as much as it's potentially understandable to the right people.
Yeah, I don't really have like any kind of like lock picking, nor would that like be something I'd be compelled to. So I think I would just like uh and not really feeling like it's like a magical effect. Like I wouldn't even really like think to suggest like a dispel or something like that. So I think I would basically just chalk it up and rejoin the fight with whatever movement I had left. And I would like let them know in my little like 6 seconds or whatever. Deal it. The door is sealing behind him. There's nothing I can do. And then I'm gonna bonus action smack my spiritual weapon into the priest that's still standing over there. or acolyte rather. 23 total.
Solid hit.
For maximum 8 damage. Oh wait, plus 4, so 12 total.
Gotcha. That's going to knock that one unconscious. Or rather, kill him.
Yeah, then Gale, knowing that nothing can be done for the girl, would just firebolt her, like try to end her misery. Let's see. That is a 17 to hit. Oh, and forgot the bless. The 20 to hit
If it was
for
17, yeah, 20 is a hit.
yeah, and it was 15 damage.
For 15? Word. How about from sidekick?
I think Bob would just like slash into her. She's the only combatant left. Let's see. For 16 to hit.
Solid hit.
For 12 damage.
And we got a big old miss from Terry.
You said it was 12 from Bob, though?
Yeah, 12 damage from Bob.
All right, so you see his like cuts like through her flesh are almost like tearing out like other body parts. So as she's like wounded like in her flesh, like other body parts are kind of replacing them, and they're not properly like coming out. It's like arms coming out of her back, legs coming out of her chest. There's different pieces coming out of different places that don't belong there, and her body is in this kind of like ever kind of increasing state of chaos, as she's just going to start to slash out at I think she's going to bite into Bob and try to throw Bob across the room. So the first attack into Bob is this bite. 16 hit Bob?
Yeah, 16 hits.
Gotcha. So that's going to be her bite. And she's going to do, what is that, a 7? So I think that is a, just roll a con save. You need to not roll a 1. And then she's going to throw him across the room at Seraph. And I just need you to make a, dexterity, I guess. Yeah, make a dexterity saving throw with him. I think just a not a 1 again. Um, oh, my bad. Yeah, Seraph, you can make the dexterity save. What'd you roll there?
Oh, my bad. Yeah, I thought you meant me. It would be a 17 is what I rolled.
Gotcha. So then she is going to spin around, and cover the ground to Seraph, and her last attack is going to be slashing at Seraph. And I think that is a 5, so that's going to miss as well. For a 12. Would Terry like to react as she like moves away from him? And then Bob is just kind of back here, having been thrown.
Nice. 21 to hit.
Solid hit.
He stabs her with his favorite toothpick.
total damage though? You rolled a 1 for damage? So it's like 4?
Yeah, I rolled 1. I think it's 5 total. Hang on.
And then it's gonna go back around to you guys. What would you like to do with Gale and Seraph? I don't think that 1 damage is gonna matter.
Yeah, I think Gale will just move up a bit and then keep throwing firebolts at her.
Oh, I've been rolling the wrong thing this whole time for his attack. It was supposed to be 2d8 plus 2. My bad.
No worries. That's his like melee attack. His like signature is 2d8.
Yeah, I think I clicked on the Warlord the last time and was like looking at his stat.
I thought that's who you chose.
Oh wait, what the heck? I don't know.
Yeah, I thought you took the warlord as well, because that's the
Oh
one with
yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's it. It is a D12 plus 4. Okay.
yeah, let's see. I rolled a dirty 20 for Gale with the firebolt on the girl.
Gotcha. How much damage did you do?
5 total damage.
And then from Seraph, what are you doing?
I'm gonna go with Sacred Flame. 15 dex.
So like without even moving out of the way, like she's just like full on takes the brunt of the light blasting down 4 damage.
For a total of 4 damage. And I'll yell, "The power of Lothian compels you. The power of Lothian compels you."
And then from the sidekicks, Bob is prone on the ground over to the east. You could still easily make the distance to her. And then how about from Terry?
Yeah, Bob is swinging for it. Let's see.
14 from Terry. Another miss.
Yeah, and a
Gotcha. So
14.
14 is like just barely like scraping off her flesh. She is not well armored. 15 is her AC. So 14 is just a miss there. And what was Terry doing? Or my bad, that was Terry. What was Bob doing?
Yeah, Bob was taking a swing as well, but uh,
Oh, if you guys put the effort into flanking though, Bob and Terry can gain flanking on her too, and have a +2 to hit.
extend. Yeah, then Bob would get a 16 because she had a 14.
Were both of you at 14?
Yeah, mine was total was 14 with everything.
I think technically it should be more like this, so you guys can have the 2 of them hit if you want to roll that damage.
Total of 12 damage from Bob.
And that is a max damage for 16 total. Seraph's like taunting Terry this whole time. Like, man, I should have brought the lizard man. DPS is like 2 damage per round. He just did like 25.
So as you guys like sear into her flesh, like different attacks are certainly like damaging her, but as the light of Lothian kind of like shines down like into her wounds, this is like kind of the first time where you see like a wound is not like sprouting a new appendage kind of situation. Her flesh is kind of like held stagnant here for a moment. And she is going to continue forth with she is going to bite down into Terry and fail as she slashes out at Terry and fail, and then she's going to slash out at Seraph. And that should hit with a 26.
Oh yeah, obviously.
My bad, those should have been D6s. She's gonna smash you for 9 slashing damage as she comes down on you with one of her claws, just kind of getting inside of your chainmail. You feel like her claws kind of like dig into your flesh. You guys can see she is bloodied again, like the searing light of Lothian. Certainly kind of like kept her flesh from mutating further, and it's back around to Seraph and Gale.
Okay, and my con save was really good. So yeah, like obviously seeing that the like assuming it's like the holy damage maybe was like stopping whatever she has going on. I'm gonna hit her again with the sacred flame. 15 dex.
That one she is going to save on as she like gets out of the way of the light.
And Gale will continue throwing his firebolts at her. Let's see. 19 to hit
19 hits.
or 16 damage.
Spiritual weapon.
Yeah, so the spiritual weapon is gonna close the distance and a nat 20 to hit.
Gotcha. And for damage?
So does it just go max D8 plus the 4 plus the second D8 that I actually roll?
Yeah, so it's 12 plus a D8, so 14.
Oh wait, is that right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so as you like kind of like force your way into her, like bringing down the light of Lothian from above, like stabbing into her with the spiritual weapon from behind. You basically see as Gale's firebolt, like as she's kind of like staggering from the strike of the blade, his firebolt like slams like into the actual like head of the actual girl, like one of the last few pieces that looks remotely humanoid at this point, and just kind of like sears it all away. And you see like as the body like falls, like the actual skeleton of this girl no longer really exists. There's a few more like pops and kind of like inanimate, like unhuman movements to this body as like the flesh like dies for real. But there's definitely kind of a realization in killing this creature that this was something far from like human. Uh, and I think you guys kind of like have a moment of peace as kind of quiet sits around you. You're in this large hall. You've got those 2 doors to explore. There's kind of a bloody altar that you're kind of like standing over and kind of like fighting over. And 2 of these priests remain here. Do you guys have? You don't really have a thief in the group, but does anybody have lock picking? Because I feel like Seraph kind of expressed that in like losing the person, but
Yeah,
I have a
Gale
feeling this
had
is
some.
kind of where Gotcha. I have a feeling this is where things will kind of come to a conclusion simply because of like what your party is made up of. You guys almost like smash into it and kind of recognize like this person who got away is going to be able to set off the alarm. You're going to have like hell raining down on you if you continue pushing forward. So it's kind of like that question of like, do you try to make your escape out the way you came through the burning building? Has enough time kind of progressed versus like, do you push forward where you might have like a full notification, all hands on deck kind of thing?
Our resources are dwindling. I maybe we need to call it.
Yeah, I'm afraid you're right about that.
If we had some way to get through the door, it would be one thing. But I don't have any proficiency in things. There's no way I can pick a lock. So can either go back the way we came or go in deeper, hold it, hoping that we find another way out. But the stairs seem to go lower.
Does Gale have knock?
He does, but not prepared.
Is it a ritual?
No,
And
it isn't.
It
oh,
is
sorry.
not.
Just out of curiosity, do we kind of like? I'm assuming at some point in time we would look at the second door. Does it seem like when he exited, it was like locked down completely, both doors the same way?
So yeah, when you go and actually look over like the second door, specifically speaking, you don't actually see like the doors in this room. You see the one so clear because he goes through it. But once you've seen one in operation, you know that the other exists, and yeah, they are basically both the same situation. Um, make Did you see it before with as a perception? Make another perception for me, Seraph. Nat
Oh
20.
my gosh, dude! I have
Yeah,
rolled
so
so many nat 20s today. It's crazy.
when you look this over, like you kind of have a sense here where he had two doors that he could go through. Um Both of these have like the same kind of key to them. Um, and I'm hesitant to call it a key so much as like probably a magical object that like coincides to opening this doorway a little bit more into the understanding that like the stone moves like a door, but it's not the same as a door on a hinge that makes this thing move. And you can kind of make out like these two doors operate under the same principles, that key, whatever the object is that keys him able to open the door, would open this door as well. um Kind of the insight to take away is that maybe he had two rooms to choose from and he chose that one for a purpose. um and I'll kind of leave that to you where you like take that idea. But I feel like that's something that you could kind of understand is like either of those doors were equally operable for him to go to.
So yeah, I don't have like anything else I could think of that would possibly get that door open or anything. So I would basically say that we would just try to make our exit out the way we came. Um, you know, I don't know. How long do you think has gone by?
You guys are probably like say like 20 minutes to like a half hour into that fire.
I mean, I could probably break down a door. I'm tougher than stone.
I mean, you can try if you want. You have my blessing, literally and figuratively.
So you can do a strength check with strength athletics with Terry.
Can I give him my inspiration?
You certainly can.
So he got a 19 and an 18, and then plus 3. So 22 plus his strength proficiency.
Gotcha. Yeah, so as he kind of like goes over there and tries to just like push on the door, it's like not really budging. So like he like takes a moment to like stab like one of his weapons like into like this tiniest little bit of the door, and you start to see like little bits of it kind of like crumble as he like takes a little bit more effort to like stab this thing in, start to like slowly like lift against the mechanism. Before after a second there's like a massive kind of like pop as like the stone just kind of like splits like vertically, and he almost like throws part of it like inside of the mechanism, where like the door like just kind of flies up, so there's just like half of the stone kind of blocking that way. You can see like the back of like a wooden kind of like wall directly in front of him, like right in front of him, like less than 6 inches away.
I like to think that right before Terry like actually breaks through the stone, Seraph is telling him like how big a waste of time it is and like to stop messing around. Holy shit, it's actually working. Keep at it. Keep at it.
So yeah, there's like wood in front of him, just on the other side of the stone. What are you thinking?
Um, if you don't have anything in mind, I'll try to like smash it with my hammer, like kind of over his head or whatever.
Well, my point is I don't want to act out with Terry when I know the solution to things. Do you want him to smash the wood in front of him? Like, are you telling Terry, like, smash through that? That's got to be just a facade. Or, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't
Oh
want to
yeah,
give you all the answers all
I
the
meant
time.
more like Gale. Like just because I've been doing a bunch, I didn't want to like, you know what I mean. But yeah, that's totally fine. I think he would like just keep trying to get through it.
Gotcha. So, yeah, as he, like, kind of like ducks underneath your hammer, like, smashing into this, like, wooden door, there's a hollow clunk to it when you hit into it. And when he, like, stabs through it with his sword, you hear, like, a little bit of, like, almost like, um, hollow kind of thuds on the opposite side, and the door like of this like wall kind of hinges a little bit outward, and you can pretty quickly see once it's open more than like 60 degrees or so, like books have fallen off from this little wall in front of you, and they now like rest on the ground, as well as you can kind of see that there's like a red carpeted room in front of you, and there are stairs like straight ahead that lead out of this room where there's a door that's kind of like partially opened. But you can kind of see like this basically opens up into a small little study with a small table, a chair, and bookcases basically all around the room. There's a single light on the north side, and then it's kind of like a almost like pointed shape as far as like all of the bookcases go around the room. It's not like a full uh like square.
Looks like you earn your keep after all, my friend. So yeah, I think we would go in now. I think probably Sheriff would try to like check up the stairs and see if we're too late to like catch the guy that ran away.
Are you still there?
Who? Me or?
I mean, either of you at this point. I
Yeah.
need somebody to respond to me. I need somebody to do something.
Oh, did I not hit push to talk there that whole time?
I would
Yeah.
say
No,
no.
I haven't heard anything either.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. I said that Seraph would go in and immediately go up the stairs and try to see if he can figure out where the dude went, and then
Yeah, so my response to that was, are you listening or are you looking?
I would say probably looking. Yeah.
Gotcha. So when you open the door out there, you're gonna see that this is kind of like a larger hall. Where you open it to, there's probably about like 20 or 30 feet to the wall to the east of you. You can see that there's another hall that seems to kind of like lead to the southeast, and you can see a bit of a sign that basically shows you that the hall also goes to the southwest of you. If you go much further, you could explore a little bit more in kind of any of those directions, but that's kind of essentially what you're able to see at this point.
I think as Seraph does that, Gale will like look around the room just to try to see what kind of books are in this room. Like, are there religious texts, ritual texts, history texts, whatever? Like, what?
Roll a roll intelligence.
21.
Looking through, this is a solid library. You could find texts on many different issues here. A lot of things have a turn towards the esoteric texts of cults, but there are plenty of books on the use of magic. There are plenty of books on different like religious invocations. It's a pretty broad range, um, like structure of this library.
Yeah, after that, Gale will just follow Seraph up the stairs. So, what now? Hmm, Where do you think we should go?
It's like there's only one way, right? There wasn't any other doors in there or anything.
No, as far as you guys can tell, that room had no doors in it other than the door you're standing at, and then the secret door that you came through.
Okay, and I think Terry would probably try to find something shiny or something to steal.
Roll an investigation for me.
17.
So he sees on the table that there's like a candelabra. That's one of, actually, my bad. I should have described that as one of the light sources of that room. The candelabra that's on the table, that is one of the light sources of the room. Um, Definitely very shiny, a lot of silver. And then there are 6 goblets on the serving platter that is down there, and all of those are made of silver as well. So that table is just loaded with silver objects.
Oh shit, I forgot my shield. Terry, quit fucking around. Come on. I need you. He'll just grab as much as he can.
I mean, how much do you think that is?
I assume his eyes are bigger than his stomach, so all of it.
Gotcha. So you can write down 6 silver goblets and a serving tray worth 80 gold, and then you can write down a silver candelabra worth 15 gold.
Yeah, I get why people
So,
like playing with goblins.
so you got Seraph and like probably realistically Bob, um, already like up the stairs and at that edge. with Terry and Gail probably coming behind them. But what are you guys doing here?
I think I would be on the move pretty good, so I'll check up to the north as soon as I get to the stop of the city.
Gotcha. So as you kind of like step out and kind of like edge around to look to the north, you'll see that there's like just a long hall that kind of leads off in that direction. There's a bunch of lights, and you can spot, I believe, two doors. One at the end of the tunnel and one about three-quarters of the way down the tunnel on the east side. As well, you would see that the hallway kind of leads to the southwest of you and kind of like leads away there.
Is there any way I could do like an investigation to see if I see like fresh footprints or anything? Like, I know it was kind of juicy in that room, so is there like left behind like blood or sinew from people's shoes or his shoes?
The blood was like in the stone, like that the stone was living, is what I was getting at. There was the pustule guy who was like covered in pus and he was gooey, but it wasn't like the room itself.
Okay, I got you.
Um,
It's more like living stone than it is like
yeah, my
okay.
point was that the stone almost resembled like flesh incarnate.
No, that makes
I
sense.
was
Okay.
I was trying to build up to the fact that like there was a lot of bad things that could happen about walking in on this ritual. But I think you could do an investigation to see what you might be able to spot as far as a track goes. Actually, I feel like that's more survival, actually. I feel like a seven's probably not going to be it.
Yeah, 11 total.
Yeah, I think you'd see more than anything. There's not really like filth to kind of be a problem that's like leaving trails behind here.
No signs to the north. Leave a fork in the road. Feel like it's just luck at this point in time. Probably long gone.
Just flip a coin, pick a direction, and hope we can find a way out.
Yes, I think that's the best idea. It's possible that the southern way connects to the stairs we saw before. So perhaps we go north and take our chance.
So you've got the door to the east of you and then the door straight ahead of you.
Are these doors looking like they're wooden or are they looking like they're stone as well?
I think overall inside of this place, everything has been stone. It is not stone in the same way as like the quote unquote secret ones were. Um, like the back of the chapel is meant to be like stone doors that don't really get used. These are stone doors that like are used regularly. It's just a doorknob kind of thing.
Okay, I got you. So I'm gonna go momentum and put a shoulder into the store and try to bust through it, like running straight down the hallway. Figure I've got my shield and heavy armor. I'm kind of like a living battering ram, right?
Word. Let me get a strength athletics check from me.
It is 16 total.
So you kind of like bash into the door. There's like a hollow thump as you hit into it. It's effectively kind of like smashing into it and kind of feeling like there's a lock mechanism on the other side. And you just failed to like force harder than the actual lock kind of thing.
Maybe I could do like a guidance on Bob.
Well, at present, if I can, let me actually have Seraph, you roll initiative here.
Oh, it's real low. We got a 3.
Gotcha. So from the other side of the door, you're gonna hear like a count as you smash into it, and after a moment, like the door is going to open. And as soon as you guys kind of like see the light from outside, as soon as you kind of see like the light from the other side, there's going to be like I don't know, kind of that like slow, like tiring feeling as this person like opens up the door. And I need you guys to make, I think it's a wisdom saving throw for Bane.
That's a 14 for Gale.
My bad, charisma saving throw if that matters.
Oh, it does because then it's a 10.
And I've got 15 for me and 4 for the goblin.
Yes, a 10 for Gale and 14 for Bob.
Gotcha. So I think it's only going to sink into Terry. Wait, my bad. I don't think Terry actually would have to roll on that one. I think he's too far away.
On
Yeah. Did Seraph pass it?
Yeah, Sarah, or a 15 if that passes. Yeah.
Okay, okay. It was Gale then who rolled below the. I think 13 is actually the DC, and I think you said 10 with Gale. So Gale is Bane.
So Terry's greed saved him from the bane. That's awesome.
And I think that means that Gale's currently actually Bane and Blessed.
All my stuff would have expired by now, because Bless was on like round like I think 7 or 8 when that combat ended.
Um. So yeah, that's gonna be that one. I think the one who opens the door is going to. Let's see how he reacts here. He's going to try to smash into Seraph, just with his hammer. 15 misses, I believe. And then towards the back, let's see the other two. Let me have a wisdom saving throw from Bob.
that is a 9.
You're gonna see as the like person in like the back, like right side of the room starts to chant, and they're going to just kind of like reach out, and you hear like as they kind of like start to speak in almost like a like reptilian tongue, and Bob is just going to freeze. And then let me go for I think that's 3. So a wisdom saving throw from Seraph. You're missing wounds right now, right?
Yep.
Yeah, let me go a wisdom saving throw from Seraph.
17 total.
Gotcha. So you hear like bells like ring in your ear for a moment, before you just kind of like rest in the like you like bathe in the light of Lothian, kind of like turning towards your faith, and just kind of like shatter this like glance at you, and you see like the figure in like the right side, just almost like or on the left side, like in the back of the room, almost like look shocked for a moment, and it's gonna go back to you guys here.
Um, without spending like effort, do we recognize one of these guys as the like high priest or whoever that ran away?
I think pretty quickly you are going to see this just looks like some of the other like priests of this place. None of them have the at a quick glance the same figure as the high priest.
So I think Seraph would look to Gale and see if he's got anything. I don't know if they like know what AOE is, but
I mean, you've seen me throw fireballs and cones of ice before, so
oh yeah. I just mean like if you've got something left, like before I just go rushing in there, if you want to try to blast everybody.
I mean, Gale could like rush forward a bit and do like what's it called? Rhymes binding ice. Just straight forward, 30 feet cone. They will have to make a DC 16 con save.
I think to get all 4 of them in, you're probably going to have to be stepping back far enough that you could also hit Seraph. So I think you have to decide whether you want to hit like the 3 on the right, or if you want to hit all 4 and Seraph included.
Yeah,
Now,
I'm not. Oh, sorry.
would an alternative option be? I know we're kind of like operating together just for simplicity, but for me to take a like move out and take an opportunity attack, but then get out of the way. Is that a possibility?
Yeah, I mean, on some level, like this is still in like the time frame where like Seraph like bashed into the door. So it's just a question of if that's what you do. If he's like telegraphing that he's about to do this, you know, this is the type of thing where communication matters. Like you might want to step back from this, and you see his hands like start to turn into ice. That could be the type of thing that telegraphs it for you. But that's what
Yeah.
you have to choose. Is like
Yeah, I think that was definitely Seraph's intention when he like paused to see if Gale had something big. So yeah, I'm definitely game for that.
Yeah, and like if Gale sees that, he's just gonna go like we just said, like step back a bit. I'm gonna do something big.
so the guy swings at you and he will whiff. Is this what was it? Was this a save for me?
Yeah, it's a DC 16 con save, and if they succeed, they take half damage, and if they fail, they take full damage and 0 movement. Let's see, is it restrained or? No,
And you
just
rolled 13 for the damage.
yeah, 13 for damage, and they're just hindered by ice and can't move, so they have a speed reduced to 0 if they fail.
All right, so as the ice kind of like sparks in, you see um as like the back 3 figures all start to kind of like have ice like building up around their feet, where they are kind of like affected by the ice. You see the one who's like chanting and kind of like mesmerizing Bob, will like lose focus, and Bob is freed from that hold person. Um, but yeah, the three in the back failed. The one in the front took the least amount of damage from that brunt.
Not bad at all. And then I'll drop a sacred flame on the front guy.
For 10 damage.
13 damage actually.
Gotcha. So he is severely wounded. And it's going to go to Bob and Terry.
Yeah, then Bob, getting freed from whatever was affecting her, is gonna rush forward.
So like I feel like as Bob's getting in position to make his attack, Terry just comes running up like full on sprint, all the way over to the other side. It's got like the candelabra and like the tray with all the things on it.
Gotcha. So Terry running in there can be the distraction. Bob can have that +2 for the flank. With a 19 to hit, that's a solid hit.
Oh no, I rolled the damage and everything together, so that would be, what is that? 14, 16 to hit?
16 is going to miss. So you just kind of like hit into like their like armor plating. And yeah, that'll be a miss. So it will go back around to them. Um, the one who was chanting and kind of holding Bob kind of like moves around, and you see as their face, like inside of the hood, almost starts to glow like a deep, dark reddish, like maroon. And you've already seen this today. Their face is going to spark into light as flame like sears out from underneath the hood. And 3 blasts are going to fly towards Gale, one of which will crit. The 13 might hit with a 18 on Gale. The 3 will miss.
Let's see, the 18, I think, yeah. Gale will cast shield then.
Gotcha. So you like try to shield to protect yourself from all of these blasts. And the first one just like sears a hole right through the actual magic. And it's going to sink into you for I think 19 damage. Yeah, 19 fire.
Yeah, then I am knocked unconscious immediately. That is almost my full HP. Holy shit.
And then let's
Oh, then
see.
that would be system shock as well, right? Works for us as well.
Yeah. If it does over half of your hit points, that's where you roll for system shock.
Yeah, you were one away from my full max hit points, so
Yeah, but you were already knocked unconscious, right?
Yeah, system shock can get real bad. But yeah, it just stuns you. The effect is stunning. So in the long run, it will add nothing.
Oh well, wait. I'm just asking. So system shock usually when it is when you do almost somebody's whole hit points, but don't knock them unconscious, right?
Yeah, traditionally, system shock is like a single attack did over 50% hit points.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Okay, I got you.
Oh, that was the other part of it, is that creatures are roost 0 have the lingering injuries. That's the other part of it.
All right, and that's the D21, right?
Yeah. So he has internal injuries. Yeah, in the long run, though, that's one. It does something right up until you actually get magical healing. So realistically, that one is not terribly effective. But currently, you can write down internal injury. But you're standing next to a cleric. When you get healing, it's going to be magical, and we'll fix that. But otherwise, yeah, like that will leave Gale pretty severely wounded as these blasts kind of like fire through you. Um, the kind of next one there is going to, I think, he's got to go for an inflict wound on Terry. Oh, like absolute shit. Um, yeah, I think I'm gonna have 3 of them like do inflict wound on Terry right now, as they all kind of like gang up around him.
Does Terry have
Second,
a shield or no?
no, I think his AC is just 18 though.
Okay, so he has sword in one hand and the candelabra in the other, and he's trying to like fence off like all these people trying to like touch him to do inflict wounds.
But a 19 will hit. Well, actually, it'll be 21 because he's kind of being flanked. 21 will hit him. He's pretty much on. Oh, wait, this one is the bigger con save. So con 15. So you need to roll a 10 or better. I think you need to roll a 9 or better.
Oh no!
Um, Yeah, so that's gonna like drain him as he loses I didn't say higher. 3 wounds. So I think that'll put him at 1 wound here. Um and I think that's just gonna be this other fanatic uh doing the same. 9 plus 5, 14. I don't think a 14 is gonna hit him. So it'll go back around to you guys.
So how does healing work with the NPCs? Do they have to absorb like a certain amount?
Every D8 is like every die healed is effectively a wound for them. So it becomes kind of moot whether you do a healing word or a cure wound. Like a level 2 healing spell is 2 wounds healed because it would normally do 2 dice worth of healing. That's effectively how simple it is for them. Um,
Okay, I'm about to do channel divinity is my plan here. Um, I want to give them a little bit of love, but obviously my priority is Gale. So
yeah, the channel divinity is just a hit the amount of hit points. I would say that's where you kind of have to draw the line. That's basically going to be for you two. So you can kind of decide how much you want to give to Gail and then how much you want to split for yourself. But I would say that's going to be for the 2 of you.
okay, sounds good. So um, I think it's up to max half, maximum up to half. So what's your halfway point?
That would be 10.
Yeah, so I mean, I have enough to. Oh shit! Actually, you know what? I totally forgot about the half. I'm not going to do channel divinity because that won't actually even help me. So it would really just be 10 total points. So yeah, it just makes more sense, I think, for me to just cast a spell healing.
Gotcha. So you can touch Gail or you could use like healing word if you want to use a cantrip as well.
Well, it's a slightly subpar, but yeah, I think I'm going to go that route. I just want to get Gale back in the fight, but I want to do some damage. So I'm going to go Sacred Flame, healing word.
Gotcha. Who are you, Sacred Flaming? Just the closest cultist?
Whoever looks like they're close to death is who I would go for. Closest to death.
Yeah, I think that's just the close one. He's gonna dodge out of the way of your Sacred Flame. The light kind of comes down. He's gonna move to strike out at probably Bob. I guess realistically, might be Terry.
Okay, and that's 11 total healing.
So that'll get you back to consciousness. Because it's magical healing, you are no longer like you don't have an internal injury. So you can effectively go about your turn. You're prone on the ground. Whatever your casting focus is, you got to pick that up. So your free object interactions out, but otherwise, what is Gale doing as you kind of come back to here?
As he comes back to, he's gonna pick up his spell book because that is his casting focus, and I think I'm gonna use. Yeah, I'm gonna cast sleep actually, so that it affects the 3 in the back.
Alrighty. So you're gonna cast it in the area that includes like those 3.
Yeah, because it's a 20-foot. What is it? Rate?
Gotcha.
No,
What
it's just
level are
20
you
feet of.
casting it at?
I'm gonna cast it as level 1. So that's what I'll do. So it's 5d8 hit points.
All right. Gotcha. You can roll that. You probably have a sense like that's potentially going to maybe get one of these guys, kind of thing. You might get like 1 or 2,
Yeah,
but
but I'm
definitely
like,
go for it.
yeah, I'm hoping you're still gonna get like a bit of them out of the fight.
Oh, sleep is super powerful.
So 27. So did any of them go to sleep, or?
My bad. No, I was actively rolling their hit points to know which ones specifically and what was going to happen here. So we've got the alrighty. 16, 12, 12. The 2 who are standing right next to each other are going to fall unconscious. As like the 2 closest to you and furthest from you are the only 2 that remain standing.
Oh, and
And I
that
think
isn't a
one of
concentration.
those word, yeah, my bad. I think one of those was the one that was concentrating on baning Gale. So Gale is free of the bane now as well. Anything else from the 2 of you at present? Otherwise, on to your sidekicks.
No, I'm just gonna move up a little bit and try to take the focus away from Gale for further attacks. And then yeah, I'm just gonna get a stab on the conscious guy that's like in between everybody right now.
Gotcha. Go for that. You gain inspiration.
Yeah, Bob will follow suit and try to do the same. Hopefully a little bit better. Not 20.
That's funny.
We're like polar opposites.
That guy's got just a few hit points left. There's no way he's going to survive that. So you can definitely describe how Bob kills that person.
I'm thinking like, yeah, as the person just gets distracted by Terry missing, she's just gonna take the opportunity to just swing like full force, just straight up to down, just cleaving him. as much as you can.
Yeah, and Bob's gonna go like super goblin style and like bounce around like Yoda back behind the other one.
You mean Terry? Yeah, sorry.
Oh yeah, Terry, sorry.
Oh, yeah, and Bob's just gonna like follow suit.
As you guys like move in on this last one, they're going to kind of like start to mutter some words of power before you see as they like shimmer into like 4 different positions around this room. And you see as like all of them kind of like seem to like move forward and lean over, and they seem to just be like kind of like yelling into these other two, like, "Wake up, you fools!" Um and they're effectively just yelling really loud here.
And let's see. Sleep spell says either till they take damage or someone uses an action to shake or slap the sleeper awake.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking it was. So it's gonna go to back to you guys with Gale and Seraph.
Don't suppose you have any more tricks up your sleeve. I'm all tapped out. Uh,
No, not any more fancy tricks, just the good old reliable. And Gale will shoot a firebolt at. Yeah, he's just gonna like aim for the one that's between Bob and Terry, because that's where he was before. So hopefully he hits the right character.
Gotcha. Like flies into like that position and like seems to hit, and the thing just disappears and there's nothing remaining.
Ah, well,
okay, so
shit.
my bad. Random question: how does like sacred flaming somebody that's unconscious work?
I'm pretty sure they are at disadvantage while unconscious.
Okay, and because they're unconscious, is it like a crit, or is that if you only melee attack them? How does that work?
It's only melee when they are prone. So if you melee them, it's an auto crit if you hit. But yeah, like it's only for melee attacks. It's only when you're standing next to somebody and making a melee strike.
Okay, I think I want to go for
Oh, it
sacred.
actually automatically fails dexterity saving throws.
Okay, right. So I think the way to go is to try to sacred flame the guy that's like still on up and about.
Gotcha. I think he'll fail with a 13 on that one. And I think 7 is that it hits the actual person.
Nice, and it is 12 damage.
Yeah, so the 7 was a fail. So 12 damage. Gotcha. And to the sidekicks.
Let's see. I think Bob will just swing out to the one like northeast of her. See if she hits. Or 21 to hit.
And it disappears.
So 14 plus 6 plus 2 for flanking, 22.
And that one will disappear as well.
We have you now. Obviously, my goblin voice is not as good as yours.
Alrighty. Yeah, I think they're just gonna kind of turn in a reaction and reach out a black hand for um Terry, and 17 I think is just going to miss. Yeah, 17 misses Terry, correct?
Oh, yep. Sorry. Yep. It just misses 18.
Gotcha. Yeah. Uh I think it's gonna have to go to the same. Yeah. It goes back around to you guys. They're like trying to like kick the guys like on the ground, like stomping on them, and like still like yelling, but they're like continuing to try to like fight and hold back Terry. And these guys are just kind of like sleeping through it.
Yeah, Gale will throw his firebolt at him. See if we can hit now. 24 to hit
Solid hit.
for 13 damage.
Yep, that's gonna be the end of that guy. It's kind of like burns a massive like hole through his flesh again, as he just withers and falls to the ground.
As he like sees that guy fall to the ground, his gaze shifts, and Seraph like grips his mace like extra tight, holds it up in the air. In the name of Lothian, I release you from this realm. And he's gonna come down on the guy that's closest to him.
Gotcha. Doing Sacred Flame.
No, with the mace. Sorry. So it will be advantage, right? So it would be a 21 to hit.
Yeah. Because he is prone unconscious. You have advantage on the strike. So that is a solid strike. Damage is 6.
Now wait, is the damage a crit because he's down unconscious, or how does that work?
Yeah, my bad. It is a crit. So what is it? A mace. So it's a D8 plus 6 plus
Plus
what's your
4.
strength modifier? Plus 4. So it's 12 plus 6, 14.
No, I'm sorry, plus 3.
18,
Plus 3. Wait, what did I
17.
do? I rolled the wrong die. Hang on. It's because it's the magical mace that you gave me. It's a D6 plus 3 damage.
So then it should do 9 plus a D6. So total of 12.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Overcomplicated it. But yeah, 12 total damage.
Gotcha. That is the magic number to basically bring the mace down and like shatter this guy's skull. He just pops like a little zit.
Anyone else need release?
Yeah, I think Bob will just go to the last unconscious one and do like, how is it they do like when they, after like battlefields, they just stab down in corpses to make sure that everyone was dead? Basically just doing one of those.
Yeah, I feel like
20
sleep
to
is
hit.
so brutal.
Yeah. 20 to hit.
Solid hit.
So that is auto crit as well, right?
Indeed. Yep.
So that is let's see, 19, 21 damage.
Gotcha. Just kind of like a decapitation. You're able to like just approach him with Bob and just like going to finish him off. You just lop right through his spinal cord and the head just kind of like hangs loose. There might be a few tendons keeping it on, but by and large, this person has been decapitated. So I think as you guys kind of take a few moments to like look around this actual room, you can see things are a little bit scattered about. Um, Passive insights over 12 on you guys. I feel like the wisdom character, the the priest should have a pretty good passive insight. Um, to like take in like this is a guard room. They had like a game like on this table. But basically like these guys were notified to like expect something. Maybe not notified like to come out kind of thing. So you don't know the level of the alarm kind of set off. But you can kind of see like the table kind of almost thrown to the side and like game pieces and dice like along the floor. But otherwise, it just looks kind of like a guard hall. It's got some stuff to keep you busy, keep you attentive. It's got like a table for chilling at, a smaller table like to sit around, and then a little bit of like a food depot to kind of like munch on your breaks kind of thing.
Looking around the room, we see like any other way out of here, or is it just like the way we came?
I'm gonna go for you guys can kind of like look around a little bit. As far as other ways to go, you've got that other door in the hallway, or like going all the way to the south and exploring those other two options.
Like this way is a dead end. Perhaps that door. Fast.
Yeah, let's hope that's our way out of here.
Yes, let's hope indeed. Probably our last chance. Terry's like going through the pockets of like the corpses. Terry, quit fucking
I
up.
was I was about to say like Terry,
Last chance at some shinies.
he like sees some like cool looking stuff and like he goes to like pick it up and it's like the chainmail of the guy whose like entire chest was like burnt out. So like as he pulls away like the shiny part, it's just like a few little pieces of mail. Of the rest of it is like melted and kind of like mixed in with his flesh. Terry might not care so much about it, but you can write down like a pound of mail.
Terry is loaded up.
But yeah, like as you guys push through this other door, you basically find it continues on, and that is a story for another time. Is it's 2 hours past what we would normally do, and I think this is a solid time for your characters to kind of push on. And by the time you figure out that you're just like heading down random ways that are not necessarily like settled dungeons, that you like almost find yourselves in the sewer. By the time it's basically it's too late. We've gone too far, and you've basically kind of like escaped slash exited that place that you've gone um, to perhaps one day go back again with like a different approach, or perhaps to find that the element of surprise has been forever ruined, and mayhaps that it's been abandoned. But that is for another time and another day.